Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, June the 21st, first day of summer. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to put my mic on. Well, I better do it all over again. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show. For Wednesday, June the 21st, my name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Tank. You guys can hear me, see my screen. So lots of news in the Bitcoin world, guys. BITO is surging here. So I know there was a couple of funds, or I don't know, what's an amalgamation of some brokers. Schwab, Fidelity, and Citadel have launched, I guess, an ETF for Bitcoin. I think Goldman is following, and I think some other huge fund is going to be doing the same thing. So Bitcoin getting a surge, I think, and all that positive news. Mara specifically, MARA. If you guys were in the YouTube room yesterday, you heard Michael Noss talking about his Mara trade. And so he's pretty happy this morning with his MARA trade. And there are other things. Now, a couple of earnings plays to keep an eye on, guys. Winnebago, WGO, Winnebago, gapping down on earnings. You can see right there, the next low looking left on the daily chart is around 62.61. So not quite $2 to that low. So WGO, not a lot of volume yet, but it'll certainly pick up. But anyway, WGO earnings play. And another one is PDCO, Patterson, PDCO. PDCO is another earnings play and has gapped up. So there's a couple of earnings plays, not too many earnings plays right now, of course, but a couple of earnings plays to keep an eye on. And then we've got some crazy little runners right now. So we've got OCEA. OCEA, I'm actually looking to short this one at some point. A lot of shares available, 769,000 Interactive Brokers, but obviously not yet. The only news I can see is that this group called Fundamental Research Corps has put a 1763 price target. Somebody said, why not 17? Why not 18? But anyway, 1763. They've actually raised it from 1640. Okay, so I don't see any other news on this one other than that. Okay, and that is the OCEA. There are a lot of other shorts available, Interactive Brokers. So there is that one, and then there is ASTS, another one that is popping. There are shorts available for me on that one also. 164,000 Interactive Brokers. I think I missed the boat a little bit on this one. I was actually kind of looking at the OCEA to short it, and I kind of forgot about this one. But this one had a high of 1720 or 721. Now it's coming back down to 693 underneath 7. Had some news also confirming 4G capabilities, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a couple of small cap runners. Actually, this is not crazy low. It's 65 million in the float. Let me check that OCEA again. How many in the float? 7.7. So that is the low float runner today so far. Here, QURE, excuse me, E is gapping down. Negative data they've just published, okay? Announces update on US phase 1 and 2. Well, I'm not going to read it all, but anyway, obviously the market is not reacting well to this data that was published. So that is QURE. A lot of shorts available for me there, also at 1.65 million. Now, the three China EV plays a boost today from the Chinese government, saying they were extending or announcing an extension to the new energy vehicle purchase tax exemption until 2027. Okay. Okay, so I don't quite understand this. So it's saying that the new energy vehicle purchase tax exemption until 2027, but then they're saying the extension remains effective until the end of 2025. Maybe that price will change. But anyway, the bottom line is this, is that the three of them, LI, XPEV, let's take a look at, let's see which one is moving higher. So LI is up 3%. Let's take a look at XPEV. XPEV is up 1.75%, and then NIO. I think LI is probably yeah. LI seems to be the leader now, guys, in China. Well, we have 4%. We have a float of 7.7 million and 4%. Lots of shares at Interactive Brokers anyway. 761,000. We're starting to get a couple of little topping tails now on OCEA. All right, let's see anything else. I did see this one, this GRNQ also, I think it pulled back a lot. Yeah, so it was up to 260. It has pulled back to 220. Consequently, I didn't really hate too much of it. Let's see what they do. So this is a Hong Kong stock. Now, the other one I forgot to mention was AHI. Right at the top of the list. How can I forget? AHI up 141%. And so let's see, Advanced Health Intelligence stock rockets after first partnership with Middle East-based eScript company. Okay, and I'm just looking to see if they got AI in the. Yeah, I don't see anything about AI in the press release. Yeah, OCEA making new pre-market highs. So looking left, I mean, the next high, looking left, believe it or not, is way up here at 1208. Shouldn't say believe it or not, but there it is, 1208. That is the next high looking left for OCEA on a daily chart. Looks like the ASTS though is definitely running out of some steam here, guys. The VWAP is 691, so it's just now below the VWAP. So ASTS seems to be running out of steam. All right, guys, let's see anything else. Intel, a little bit of a pop here. Intel has been on a big, well, had a big descent day yesterday. INTC had a big down day yesterday. There's a big major move for something with 4 million or 4 billion in the float. So is it try? No, I've had a little bit of a pop, but it is now dropping again. So I mean, Intel still has a little bit of room underneath 33.77 looks like the next low looking left on the daily chart. All right, guys, ASTS on the move down a little bit more. Excuse me, ASTS. Winnebago, actually also Peloton, PTON, PTON. All right, so Wolf has put a price target of $6 on Peloton, underperform, and a $6 price target for Peloton, PTON. The next low looking left on the daily chart is around 784 for Peloton, PTON. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, ASTS, guys, ASTS, more down. This is the one I thought was running out of steam. Next low looking left on the weekly, on sorry, the 15-minute chart is around 650. Yeah, so as far as my, that's just me personally in terms of watching a stock over a whole number. A lot of times, I mean, just because the stock takes out a whole number at the beginning, I don't take the trade initially. In fact, there was a time where I would wait for the second break of a whole number. Excuse me. But also, let's say I was watching a stock like OCA is probably a good example. What if I weren't in this right now? I was looking at this 8 level as well. I wouldn't, first of all, I wouldn't take it right now because it's so extended. I would probably wait to see number one if it broke down through 8 again. And then if it would probably have to get up to, but not that I want to take this right now because it's so extended, but in a more normal situation, I would wait till probably 810 and 811, more of a clear break from that whole number. But that's just me, okay? And then I would put a stop at the whole number. So I'm going to have usually a pretty tight stop. Somebody was asking me about my whole number theory. Hey, YouTubers, Les and Ashok. Okay, guys, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Where's that PJ? Are you in the room yet, PJ? I got to commend you on something. Let me just see if I've got my upgrades. Here we go. Morning update. All right, we have a few more downgrades and upgrades. Let me get them in. All right, we have an upgrade for PBR from Goldman. Take a look at that one. See an upgrade for Adobe. Take a look at PBR. It is an upgrade from Goldman, PBR. Actually, that upgrade from Goldman is looks like it's affecting the stock right now, guys. That's a pretty 180,000 shares so far. That has been raised to buy from neutral by Goldman. And the next high, looking left on the weekly, anyways, around 1540. So it's got about $1 to that next high. With these downgrades in. Tesla's being downgraded by Barclays. This is I don't know if I'm going to be able to load this one. And F. One of these yeah, I don't know if I can't load this one, but this has been downgraded. If you have access to this sort of a symbol, LNXSF, it's been downgraded by 3 different firms. I don't even know what this is. It is, I mean, it does load here. I guess it's a $29 stock, but I don't trade this. But it's been downgraded by 3 different firms. All right, PJ, I have to commend you. I did something yesterday. Do you know what I did? Can you take a guess of what I did yesterday? An OTC stock? Okay. It's sort of, well, I know it's a foreign. It probably trades on another exchange. So as far no, not SDA, no. It trades, I'm sorry, Cure had some negative data. That's the reason for why Cure is moving down. QURE. Okay. Right there, 30% after data for so they released some data and the market did not like it at all. Okay, so that is the reason for QURE. Well, I'm going to let you sit there and think about it, PJ. I think eventually the light bulb will go off. Winnebago guys, WGO. Actually, I didn't realize how low a float this was. Yeah, 29 million in the float. Yeah, only 29 million in the float for Winnebago, WGO. So again, the next low looking left is not quite, but $1.50 away, $1.60 away. There you go, There you go, PJ. So I actually took that one yesterday, just over. Was it just over 18? Okay. Did it on my own. You've been talking about this. And I actually held it. It got up to what, 19 something in the pre-market. I actually held it overnight. I was wondering, okay, what is going to be the decay in this? And it wasn't bad at all. And I'm out of it now. Okay. Yeah, but I wouldn't have taken it unless you had told me to. So I know you didn't tell me to take it, but I was intrigued by it. Excuse me. Now I noticed Tesla has had a downgrade this morning, but anyway, it was a nice little trade. I didn't take a huge amount, but I was more interested to see what would happen holding this overnight to see what sort of decay it would have, and it didn't really have very much decay at all. I think it's trading more like the stock, to be honest. So it doesn't scare me. Sorry about that. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. The upgrades and downgrades. I forgot. I put them in their Discord room. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. All right, guys. Now OCEA to me, and we had a topping tail up there. Right? So just sitting just underneath that 8 level now. The VWAP is at 729, 729. So the VWAP's at 729. So again, the only reason I think this OCEA is up, I don't see any other reason other than these guys putting a 17, excuse me, a 1763 price target on them. And why 1763? Oh no, who knows? Probably looks like they really did their work, you know. Excuse me. Yeah, excuse me. As I say, there are very few earnings plays, guys. The only two I can see right now are WGO, Winnebago, and Patterson PDCO. A couple of earnings plays. Let me just see if there are any other ones that I can see. Here's another. Well, FedEx, guys. FedEx, actually. FedEx is another earnings play, FDX. So if you're into the more expensive ones, FedEx is another one, FDX. Excuse me. So this is down, not a huge amount, only 3%. They release earnings after hours, and it's kind of held the after hours gap down. Let's see if there are any other ones that I can find. All I'm doing is I'm just scrolling down my pre-market actives up and down list, and I'm checking on their earnings day column. And anytime I see a minus 0.25 or a 0.25, I know it's an earnings play. Okay, so minus 0.25 for as an example for FedEx means they released earnings after hours yesterday. And 0.25 for Winnebago means they released before they released now before the market opened. So anything for me anyway, anything that released after hours yesterday, and of course this morning means it's an earnings play. And on the upside, there's the PDCO, Patterson. It's a big gap up. See where the next high in the weekly chart is. We're at 31.46 now. Looks like 31.85 or 30, yeah, 31.49, 31.85. Looks like the next two highs on the weekly chart for PDCO. There's tons of shorts available. 4.9 million at Interactive Brokers. Who was the other fund, guys? I know it's not it's not Berkshire, but some other fund, some huge fund. I thought it started with a B. They manage like I wanted to say $1 trillion or so, and they're going to be developing their own ETF for Bitcoin or coming up with their own ETF for Bitcoin. And I know Goldman is supposed to, and of course Schwab, Fidelity, and Citadel have bound together. I don't know if it's trading yet. Maybe somebody could tell me. BlackRock, thank you very much, BlackRock. I knew it was. I knew it started with a B. I knew it wasn't Berkshire. That would, you hear those guys talk about Bitcoin, and not in a million years will they start a fund. But yeah, it's BlackRock, 10 trillion. Thank you very much. I knew I read something about that after hours. So they haven't come out with the other one, have they? Yet? Or BlackRock haven't come out with it, have they? Oh, have Oh, this did go live on Tuesday. So this, anybody know the symbol? So again, I really should know more about this stuff, but this does this trade actually as a stock, or is it purely a crypto trade? So I'm looking here. It says went live on Tuesday. So today's Wednesday. So this newly launched exchange, EDX Markets, backed by Charles Schwab, Fidelity, and Citadel. So this is trading now. Good morning, Frank. Okay, guys. Wow, 9:26. I'm late here, guys. So let me just take a look. We're in for a mildly negative open. Let me click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, and then show more, and just take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing right now. All right. So what you're seeing here. So as I say, we're in for a negative open. So energy, XLE, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 75% red, what that means is 75% of those stocks are down from yesterday's close. And there's not really one positive. Consumer staples about 50-50. Now, because the market had a big down day yesterday, I know that things like XLE still underneath the 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's moving away. And XLF, those are the two main ones, guys. Yeah, so a couple on Friday, XLF touched the 200-day moving average, but now moving back below it. I think most of the other sectors are up above it. Is Les now every time I see LZB, I always make the mistake. This is Lazy Boy. Okay, I always mix it up with Lazar. You're right. It is an earnings play, just no volume. That's why it wasn't showing up. Okay, no volume yet. So Lazy Boy is an earnings play. LZB. I do have a minimum volume requirement in my scanner here, so 5,000 didn't cut it. But once the market opens, Lazy Boy should start trading a lot more. 2661, so it's within about 80 cents or so of the 200-day moving average for LZB. Okay, we are now less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let me get rid of this and get set for this open. Now, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down a bit. Now, my exception sometimes can be this 10-day daily breakdown. If I get this before 15 minutes and it's a new all-time low, sometimes I will take that. All right, guys, we're now open. One five 15. That's just me, Emil. Okay, I'm just more conservative. Okay, that's just me. I don't think I mentioned this PCT, guys. I know I have it on my list. I don't think I mentioned it. PCT is Yeah, Pure Cycle rises on first UPR resin production from Ohio plant. Okay, so there was some news for PCT. Forgot to mention it. All right, guys, ASTS continues to move down. So SPY giving it up quite a bit right now, guys. We had a high of 437, back down to 435. We've been in a kind of a steady decline since 6:30 Eastern time. That is not a rule, okay, Emil. When I say a rule, that's my internal rule, okay? Now there's Cure, for instance, okay? Now this is not an all-time low, but this is getting really hammered now. QURE. And for me, this 15-minute rule that I impose on myself just comes after years of trading, okay? Of like most people would get very excited about the open and try to not necessarily chase things, but things that are moving take. But I was just finding I was getting whipped out of trades too early. I mean, I'm missing the boat right now in the QURE, but I'm prepared for that mentally. Okay, I almost took it. I have to admit, I almost took this, but I did not. How is Winnebago doing? Look at Winnebago. Actually, I had a pop, guys. So it got down to 59, popped up to 61. Look at this on the options space. Oh, wow. QURE. 1273. That's what I'm saying. I'm a little more conservative, but if you have more risk tolerance than I do on the open, I mean, some of these can be awesome, but ASTS though. Now, again, I don't count the pre-market as far as my 15-minute rule. Did not take the OCEA, but the other one, ASTS, that to me looked a lot weaker, but OCEA is really giving it up now too. I did not take that short. So you know the news about NIO, PJ? You don't know. So all three of them, LI, NIO, and XPEV, they're all gaining because the Chinese government has extended the tax break they'll get, tax exemption until 2025. I don't quite understand this. It says 2027 and then 2025. Anyway, they've extended the tax exemption that you'll get if you purchase a vehicle in China. So that is the reason for why LI, NIO, and XPEV are moving. AHI halted on the way up. You're absolutely right. AHI halted on the way up. Low float, 50 million in the float. Wow, this has got the room. I mean, it's the next high looking left is 386. And the news on that one again is rockets after first partnership with Middle East based eScript company. I was wondering, I don't know if this has anything to do with AI at all. I really don't. Now let's see where this thing could open. So there's the halt for AI at 202. You can't see the symbol, but it is AHI 202 and potential open in this area 212. And because it's a low float, anything can happen. Riot and Mara. Riot actually Mara has been more of a leader, I guess. Look at there's Riot. So the next high looking left is 1273. So it has about a little less than $1 before that next high. And of course, Riot and Mara are running on the call it this the general Bitcoin news. Mara is still so Mara's had a bit of a pullback, not a huge pullback, but Mara's having experiencing a pullback. Whereas Riot is, yeah, a little pullback. But the difference between the two of them, I mean, look at the daily chart. So the next high for Mara is 1283. So that still has room. And when you look at Riot, and it's broken out, Mara has broken out, whereas Riot really hasn't broken out. I mean, the next high is $1 away, but you can sort of see in this daily chart, if you can kind of see this daily chart, Riot has not broken out the same way as Mara. Just take a look at Mara's day. Look, I mean, look at all this down here for Mara, and this is a nice break, and now a continuation. Yeah, Riot definitely was the last time. So I mean, Riot could eventually catch up, of course, but Mara seems just to be I don't know, for whatever reason stronger. I don't know fundamentally if they're stronger. I know nothing about the fundamentals of Mara, nor Riot. Wow, too bad. I did not take that OCEA short. All right, this AH, here's another one that just, well, resumed. So GREE is what now resumed. Okay. Wait, I didn't see the halt. Okay, guys, if this is going to be a 5 minute halt, this is going to open. So there was the halt for AHI, 41 seconds after 9. So 41 seconds after 9:39. So about 29 seconds from now. You can see the halt price is 202, 208. So should have a positive open. Okay, so it resumed, but did not barrel through. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. The only way I take a halt, and which I did, and I've explained this before. I had to pause. Is if on the halt price, you see the halt price was 209, and it dipped down below. It opened, and then it dipped down below the halt price, and it's halted again. So I'm in this one. Okay. So let me explain again. So this got halted at 209. When it opened, it actually dipped down below 209. It was at about 204, 205. When it got back over 209, I entered the trade. Okay, that's the only time that's what gets me into a halt. Now it's halted again, and hopefully, well, here is the suggested open 234. And I know this is in the first 15 minutes, but as I say, it's not an infallible rule, if you will. So now I just wait to see what happens once this opens. It doesn't. I mean, it looks pretty good so far. It looks pretty good, but I'm in at 213. So all right. So just have to wait for this to open. Again, if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 9:44 plus 41 seconds. But both of those, the ASTS, and the OCEA, and the OCEA, both really giving it up. Well, Emil, I'm not sure I can help. Remember, I'm not a financial advisor. Okay, so you're trying to make $1,500 a day using large sums to get in. I mean, I'm not sure what I can possibly add to that. If you're asking me, do I think it's possible? Anything is possible, but I don't know what sort of when you talk about large sums of money, I don't know what you mean. Okay, so there's Winnebago. Now this is a low float, 29 million in the float. Hasn't traded very much yet. 23 times normal, but still, the overall volume is not huge. Really trying to have a comeback here. I know the AI is taking a short on this one or a suggested short. Yeah, Emil, I really can't help you there. Honestly, I cannot help you in a somewhat reliable way. I mean, you're talking, I really can't help. I can't make a suggestion. Well, you just do this, and this is going to be reliable. Honestly, I cannot help. CLSK guys, CLSK. Okay, so a clean spark to buy two Bitcoin mining sites for 9.3 million. So they are in the Bitcoin realm too. Okay, crypto realm. Yeah, and Emil, I hope you understand. I mean, there's no way I could possibly say, yeah, if you do this, you have a great, 80% likelihood of making what you're trying to do. I am no financial advisor when it comes to stuff like that. But welcome to the room. Okay, welcome to the room. Okay, AHI just opened, guys. I've taken some off. I'm not going to overstay my welcome on this AHI. Yeah, the only thing I'll add is, you have to have a stop. Every stock you get into, the only thing I preach is having a stop. Obviously, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a place you're going to get out for a manageable loss. Wow, this got halted again, guys. I don't have very much left. Okay, AHI. It's kind of worried around that 250 mark, so I've taken most of my AHI trade off. It just got halted again. Yeah, so 15 million in the float. So relatively well, it is low float. I mean, we're getting we're getting so used to these crazy low floats, a million and less, but 15 million, let's not forget, 15 million is still a low float. And so why would I take this trade in the first place? Just because when I look left, there's all sorts of room, okay? I mean, it wasn't just because it got halted and all that, but when you look left, it had all sorts of room. Room meaning, and again, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 380, but you look left on that daily chart, and that's the next high. If you're looking at the OCEA, if you look at it right here, and here's the VWAP at 733. So, I mean, argument to be made, if it can break through the VWAP again, it may have another run. I mean, did remember now got up to 814. Look at Cure, QURE. Unfortunately, it's just too late for me to take this, but again, if I'm not quite as conservative, there was the alert at 9:31 Eastern, 1276 on the short, almost a dollar down now. I'm sharing. That's a scan that I am sharing, along with my options play scan that I'm sharing. So you can see Cure showing up. Now there's Shady's Hut, HUT. And there's Mara showing up on that option scanner also. Remember, guys, when I called it an option scanner, all it's doing is identifying stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, it's not scanning for options, but these are stocks having abnormal option activity. So you can see, I mean, Mara's just starting 120,000 contracts, 1.5 times normal right now. 157%, 1.5 times normal right now. On the way, probably up to being, you know, 2 or 3 times normal, even 4 times normal. Yeah, Emil, you may get some responses to that. I don't trade ETFs at all, so Yeah, no, I hate to call it a target. Okay, I hate to call it a target. Um, it's just that there's the next high. I'm not saying that's a target. It's just that is where it could stall. I mean, if it ever got even close to that. So I don't want to call that a target. Okay, draw. Okay, you caught me. My one ETF trade, TSLL, yes. But that is a that's a strange one. I just prefer stocks, John. I just prefer stocks. Find the stocks, the alpha stocks. I don't care so much about what the overall market's doing. Just my style. That's all. Where do you find my layout? I don't. So what I do is this. Kiwi. If you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see my scans. Okay, so I don't have exactly a layout, but I have the individual scans that you will hear me talk about. So, for instance, the momentum up and down is this one called Doc Momentum Up and Down. If you just wanted to see stocks moving higher, though, on momentum, you could have this Momo. Halts resumes is right here. This is the race, the biggest gainers from the open that I'm sharing. But you'll hear me referring to, the option plays. Okay. Here is the option plays. This is on another monitor. So, I mean, you can kind of pick and choose the things that you might like to see. Okay. And the reason I do it that way is because not everybody wants everything. Okay. So, you kind of pick and choose. And the idea really is that you can take a look at them all and, right click, configure, summary. And that'll tell you what it's looking for. And if you like the idea, great. You can also make changes to it, of course. You want a different price range or volume difference, things like that. But otherwise, you can just keep it the way it is. So I'm out. So I'm basically out of the AHI. I mean, I got rid of most of it. I mean, I have just a tiny bit left, but it's okay. Well, Cure was the short of the day so far, guys. QURE, short of the day in that it hasn't had any sort of a pull up at all. And I'm talking QURE. It's had no pull up whatsoever. Not yet, anyway. Now, when you look left on this one, let's take a look. I mean, this is 8.8%. So I mean, it's near a lifetime low. I have no idea where that low would be. Wow, you've got to go back. I mean, I'm back in 2018. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, it's not technically a lifetime low, but I mean, you've got to go back, I don't know how many years to find these lows. So I don't think anything that happened 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago really is going to concern this this chart. Yeah, shoot, I lost sight of the OCEA. I was talking about that, the VWAP, right? See what would happen at the VWAP? Yeah, son of a gun. Look at that. 733 is where I said keep an eye on this one, see if it can take out the VWAP. And boy, did it ever. But manage your trades, guys. I mean, this had a big pullback. 814 all the way back down to 683. So and when I say manage your trades, don't wander away from your computer. You're going to be watching something like this very closely, especially with the news. I mean, the only news that I can see is that this firm put a $17.63 price target on it. So, meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. So, NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. All right, just a word about this alert from our AI. I would not be taking this one unless it took out 1438. Okay, that's the high of last week. If it can do that, then you've got all this up here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, even if it takes out that high, but that's just the way I look at it. So I will stick an alert around 1438. Now it's probably yeah, it's a pretty big float. Aha, so this is set to join the S&P Small Cap 600. That is the reason on June the 23rd, which is a couple of days from now. Okay, so that is the reason why this one is popping up. And there's the VWAP for ABR at 1421. So it's just sort of hanging on the VWAP. DMC is on the move down here, guys. This is showing up on my option scanner. Has a little bit of room to 120. That's the next low looking left. All right, PDCO is an earnings play. PDCO is an earnings play. And okay, I mean, it's a little bit choppy. Oh, okay, wow, look at this one. VYGR. I think I saw this in the pre-market, but it hadn't really traded very much. Look at this drop here. This is a bio? Yeah, it's a bio. And big level is 11 for VYGR. If it can take out 11, then it's got room down to 10. Just give me a moment, please. And the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is that the VYGR showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown right here, 1122. So I think if it breaks 11, it's got room down to 10, but all right, guys. So that's it for me in AHI. Okay, that's it. Just looks like it's going to get halted again. Meanwhile, the Cure. Oh, brother, what a short. QURE. Hmm. Okay, I've got to put an alert for this VYGR at around close to 11 and see if it gets down there. Yeah, the AHI, I thought it would get halted. You can always, well, not always tell, but when a stock starts, especially in something like this that is so active, when you basically take a look at time and sales, I'm sorry, it is not. Yeah, it is halted. Yes, yes. And then it just stops trading. Yeah, I sort of missed the boat on the OCEA again. Should have been watching that VWAP area again because it took it out with vengeance. I mean, it got up and right that back through it. Okay, guys, Space SPCE had the big run yesterday and looks like it wants to start dropping here. I mean, the next low looking left is yesterday's low, of course, around 480. But I had the big run on Friday, but look at the sell off though. I mean, it got up to what, almost 6, closed down here at 470. Again, on the news that they're going to be finally starting those flights at about I think $450,000 a pop, end of the month. So for whatever reason, it surged again yesterday. I don't think there was any new news on this, but it appears like that it is giving it up. You know what, guys? This Winnebago looks like it's going to go positive. This is a good comeback. Look at this. This looks like it's going to go positive. WGO. Only 28 cents below yesterday's close right now. Okay, guys, VYGR. Now, do we have something here if it breaks 11? Yeah, the problem have with it right now. Look at the bid ask 1105, 1121. I mean, it can change, of course. They're almost trying to make it impossible to trade. It's tightening up a little bit here, but again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Emil, are you talking about space? SPCE? Okay, guys, the Voyager. Now, if you're wondering, again, this is just showing my option scanner, okay? And there was the alert at 547 to show an idea, okay? That's what the program's called trade ideas. It's an idea to short it at 547. FTC files lawsuit against Amazon for enrolling customers in Amazon Prime without consent. How could they how could they do that? You mean it's one of those things that if you don't tell us you don't want to be enrolled, we're going to enroll you? How does that work? Okay, guys, remember Riot? Riot was up here. Now it's showing up on the now it's showing up on my option scanner to short it. Riot. Oh, look at this market just selling off. Yeah. My guess is Mara is doing something similar. Sure, Mara's doing something similar. How is BITO doing? Is it just sort of big profit taking? I don't know. Look at Winnebago, guys. WGO. Look at Winnebago. Basically flat now. So it's come all the way back. That's a big from 59 to 64. That was the low in the pre-market. Do I know why? Nope. Do I know why there's SPY selling off? Nope. I'm sure if you went to 10 different news outlets, there'd be 10 different reasons, but Space, guys, space, SPCE, another little leg down. Well, that's true. He's going to speak, but usually that doesn't, unless it's the minutes and FOMC and all that. But hey, who knows? Maybe there's going to be something he's going to say. UCAR, you guys are talking about UCAR, UCAR. Yeah, no kidding, a big pop. It's showing up. Yeah, it's showing up in the race. Okay, let's take a look at UCAR. Low float, 7.4 million in the float. So again, this is not well, it's an EV play. Okay, so maybe they're being affected also by the government, their government extending the tax exemption or tax breaks on EVs. INOD, guys, INOD. This is an all-time high. INOD, INOD, an all-time high. Low float, 25 million in the float. Oh, brother. Well, guys, anybody asks, well, how would you have seen Cure today? Well, you could have seen it here, the 10-day daily breakdown, right at 9:31. You could have seen it here on the option scanner, 1273. You could have seen it here, my momentum down. Cure all over the place. QURE. And unfortunately, it was just too early for me to take this trade. I wish it had been a lifetime low. You know what? Had I really examined this, I may have taken this anyway because technically it's not a lifetime low. But I was going back to 2018. I couldn't see any lows down there. So even though technically it was not a lifetime low, may as well have been. Is it really halted on the way up? So maybe it's not over. AHI? Yeah, it's yeah, halted on the way up. Here's one that's basically a lifetime low, guys. Says Blue Star Foods. It's not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. So Ace. WGO now has officially gone positive by 7 cents. WGO. Space, guys. So this is the options play scan. This is what you would see. The way I've organized it also is the don't repeat version. So why I like to see this is because now I can tell, okay, I had an alert, say for Cure at 9:31 Eastern. The alert price was 12.73. What did it do from there? This tells me the first time all the filters were met, then I can kind of go back and say, okay, click on them. First of all, to see, okay, obviously what happened from that alert. Look at the Cure. Oh, that's 12.73, $2 now. But it also helps me because I can say, okay, I got an alert here. Has it moved? Maybe it's still setting up. And that's just the don't repeat version of this option display scanner. Okay, guys, ABR now. ABR at a very important level. Okay, I took the trade, guys. ABR, I took the trade. And again, the next high looking left, 1527. I'm not saying it's getting there, but remember, the reason why this is moving is because it's being added to the S&P 600 small cap and in a couple of days. So I guess that is the reason. Again, that is not a recommendation to do the same thing I'm doing. Do I have the standard version of the open race? Well, there's no such thing as a standard version. This is just my race one. I mean, you can customize the race any way you want. So this is the way I've customized this. I'm sharing this. So in other words, I like to run 4 minute races. I have a certain price range I like, minimum volume that I like. This is my race. Yeah, it's a big float. It is a big float for ABR. Doesn't, I'm not all just about the low floats. It's just the news. It might get it going. I'm a little underwater on it right now, but as always, the manager will stop. Doesn't matter where my stop is, guys. Okay. Remember, when you get into a trade, you have to have your own trading plan. All right. So the Voyageur actually is bouncing. The VYGR is actually bouncing. It took out that 11 briefly, but not. But it didn't pop right back up. So, and I mean pop right back up. William, where are you? Cure. What's your analysis? QURE, Pharma. I mean, just getting absolutely destroyed here. Almost cut in half. Amazing. These people up here had no idea this was going to be happening. Yeah, the UCAR, I've been sort of fall. Wow, another unbelievable move. 7.5 million in the float. So what's the next high looking left is 50. Is that right? 1540? Maybe not. 984? Looks like 984. No, 870. So there's a little pockets of resistance up to 9 for UCAR. So it doesn't mean there is going to stall at any one of these areas. Your fantasy area, my goodness, I remember this one now. Got up to $75 back in April. PBR, looked at that in the pre-market. This was an upgrade by Goldman. PBR, upgrade by Goldman. What is it doing? Yeah, it's not bad. Had a lot of volume in the pre-market. Still has some room. The next high looking left is around 1542, so not quite a dollar away. Hey guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this ABR to see if it has any sort of a move. It's basically where I went long on it. 1435 is my buy on ABR. So it's basically right there. I want to see if it can have any sort of a move. Again, the only reason I'm taking it, well, two reasons. There is some news on it, and it does have some room to move. Again, looking left on that weekly chart, it's got room to 1533. Not saying it's getting there, but that was the reason. I don't know one. I mean, I don't look at. I haven't seen the explosive winners. I mean, the races are all customized, though. Okay, I mean, my race here. This is what it's based on. If you want to see what that race is based on, just right click on the race and open the top list number one. Okay, and you'll see this is the stocks that I want to see. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the minimum volume is 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from the close, then it'll show up, okay, in this list of stocks. You could do the same thing with the explosive winners, okay, and right click and open the top list window. So then at least you'll see what the race is based on in terms of those requirements. Okay. After that, I'm running my race, a 4-minute race, and I'm running it the one that moves the most from when the race started. So here's UCAR. The race has to get running at 3:30. So that's all. I mean, I don't know that other one, but that's all you have to do, if that makes sense. They're all customizable. It may be very similar. Okay, does that make sense? Because all races start from a top list window, and you can create your own top list window with your criteria. In this particular case, again, I want to see these stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum volume, and up at least 2% from the close. That other one may be, might have a different price range, may have a different minimum volume. It may not care about the close, things like that. Okay. Look at PCT, guys. PCT, shoot, look at it now. Okay, let me take a look at it. Just, out of curiosity, doc channel bar. What channel is it in? The called explosive winners? Here it is. Okay, explosive winners. Okay, so right click, open the top list, configure. So it's looking for stocks. Minimum price is 50 cents. Current volume is at least 1.1, meaning it's trading at least normally at 200,000 shares. Okay, so that's it. I mean, so now the race is run, and this race is it's a 10-minute race. And it's also running on the relative strength. Okay. Well, let me do something here. No, it's running a change from the open. Okay, change from the open. Okay. So it's just a different set of filter requirements than the one I've got. There's no right or wrong. You can just reverse it, John. You can just reverse it. I think we even have a Biggest Losers. Going down. Let's take a look. Yeah, so this is a Biggest Losers today. Okay. So this is somebody asked in our YouTube room. You can look at this one as an example. All I have to do, so take a look at the channel that's called Going Down, and these are stocks that are moving down. Biggest Losers today. Okay. So that tax break, maybe the $72 billion what wasn't announced, but certainly the extension of the tax break um, for the China EVs was announced. I don't know. Well, certainly we knew about it in the pre-market. Maybe we didn't know the 72 billion. Did that answer your question, Juan? Maybe I'm not completely understanding. Remember, all these channels are just theme-based channels. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, UCAR. Okay, ABR is moving a little bit here, just a little bit. Now, I use the AI like a watch list, guys. Okay. People ask, well, do I use the AI? To me, it's no different from any other scanner that I've got. It's a watch list for me. I don't take trades just like here. I don't take a trade just because it shows up. They're ideas. That's all they are for me. Whoa, PCT. So PCT showed up early. It was a little bit whippy, 951. It showed up at 951. It moved back down to 920 and now popped through the VWAP. Now it's kind of on its way, PCT. There was some news on it. This is this something to do with some resin that they've got. First UPR resin production from an Ohio plant, and that is for a PCT. I just don't know how many people have shorts for UCAR. ABR showing up on the option scanner now. It's showing up, of course, in the momentum up. It's showing up on my 20-day range high. So, and of course in the AI. So a lot of areas it's showing up. Always nice to see, multiple scans picking up the same stock. And they all have slightly different parameters. So hey, market's having a comeback now, guys. Look at that big bottoming tail at the 10 o'clock 15-minute candle. This was a giant red candle all the way down here. And then the buyer stepped in. Sellers tried a little bit again, a little bottoming tail there, but the buyer stepped in on that next candle. Sellers tried again a little bit, another bottoming tail, but they're getting not quite as dramatic. So the buyers are in control for a while now, anyway. We had one last week, or was it the week before? Same sort of thing being added to. I don't know what S&P it was added to. This is the small cap 600. I can't remember. There's so many of these out there, and another one did kind of the same thing. All day long. I'm not saying ABR is going to go all day long, but it just had a nice run for most of the day with the news that's being added to an index. MSOS, okay? Just absolutely terrible sector. I'll believe it when I see it, hear it. The two reverse splits yesterday. Well, Denver, here's your job. So here are the reverse splits that I can see. Um, Recognize anything on here? These are upcoming. I guess these are upcoming. Don't have a date for these. That's the only problem. But if you want, you can take a look at this. Maybe you can figure out which were the two yesterday. Yeah. The great site, guys, is Dilution Tracker. Wow, another one. Boy, I'm missing these. Look at this option play scan from the option play scanner. So at 10:29, so what, 9 minutes ago, we had ALDX at 849, and it got up to, before it pulled back a bit, 884. Nice percentage move. I resurrected this one, I think last week. This used to be my absolute go-to scan at Trade Ideas several years ago, and I sort of didn't look at it for several years. So those were the two, LPTX and BSFC. Okay. Reverse splits from yesterday. Okay. Well, guys, Winnebago now. Yesterday's high is actually approaching yesterday's high of 64.93. So it's almost there. If it takes that out, the next high is 66.64. Is what the option scan, Great Scott. This, remember, it's option plays. Okay, these are just stocks having abnormal option activity. We're not scanning for the options as such, but if you're looking for stocks, if you want to, you know, big universe of stocks out there. So if you just want to concentrate on stocks that are having abnormal option activity and then finding a way to trade the options based on that, then that's what it's all about. I'm trading the stock. I'm not an option player at all. Okay, if that's what you mean. All right, guys, 10:41. Let me just quickly go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage, plus the promo that we've got going on right now. No, I don't know. It's been pretty active. You'll get super active in about a month from now when we're in earnings season. Somebody's asking, do I think it's more active now than? No, it's just about this is about as active as it was yesterday and the day before and the day before that. Moment, please. Okay, guys, so I just posted a link for the test drive, okay, or the test drive promo, 25% off. So there's the easy way to do it, okay? You just click on that link, and if you want to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year, you can use this promo code test drive 25 through to the end of the month, okay? And this is what I would do, do have four plans. We have a annual, monthly for premium and standard. So don't take an annual unless you know you want the product, okay? Because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. I mean, I'm only saying that because people, for some reason, I don't understand why people take out an annual subscription of a product they don't have any idea about, but it happens. Okay. So take out a monthly. You go monthly. Standard is 84, premium is 167. You'll get the 25% discount off that first month. Now, if within 30 days you decide you want to take out an annual, great, we'll honor the 25%. Okay? Remember that discount the on the month is only good for the first month. And there's no problem sticking with a monthly subscription. But the obvious reason for taking out an annual is that your monthly cost will per month cost will go down. And this is what it looks like. You have the alerts. You just wait for them to happen. This is why I saw the ABR. Didn't get in at 1417, but this is for me, it's just a watch list. That's the big difference between the premium and standard. Okay. All right. This is turning out to be a nice little trade, guys. Okay. It'll be Steve today in our YouTube room, not Jamie. Okay. Thank you. Steve just letting me know. So why I'm saying that, I'll get to my homepage right now. Explain why he is telling me that. All right. I just put in my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You're at the top here. All right. So again, if you want to take out a subscription using my homepage, go ahead. Here's the promo code. If you're brand new to trading, great little course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. All right. That starts off with what is a stock? There are about 30 videos, I think. So if you're brand new to trading, I think this is a great resource for you, and it is free. I do a stock of the day video, free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. So here is our user guide. There's that getting started again. I should have mentioned this before. The getting started. So if you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do is the getting started. It's about 10, not about, it's 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes. Starts off with your first, with your like downloading the program, your first startup, first login, etc. It covers alert windows and top list windows. In the guide, a little more detail about your alert windows and top list windows. Also, stock racing in the guide, okay? You hear me talk about the stock racing. What I would do is go to the guide. We have 4 videos that show you what stock racing is all about. And here's your race startup, clickable, and configuration, etc. Okay. Now, like any other guide out there, you don't have to learn everything. Don't look at this and go, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn this program? There's so much to it. There's a lot to it, but you don't have to learn every aspect of trade ideas. Okay. There's the getting started again. So I just mentioned that Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And then one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And usually today, being Wednesday, it's Jamie, but Steve just let me know that it'll be him. So they must be swapping. Okay. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in and you can head over and listen to Steve. Good idea because I'm the most active trader in the bunch, but Steve is more of a swing trader. Andy is more of a swing trader. Michael is more of a swing trader. Jamie is a pretty active scalper. So they have different views of the market. I have my own, and of course they have theirs. And last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, here are the scans that I'm sharing. All right. So this is what I use in the pre-market. This kind of sets me up. Pre-market actives up and down. This kind of gives me an idea about what stocks might be active for the whole day. There's the halts resumes that you see. You hear me talking about the option plays. There it is right there. You hear me talk about my 10-day daily breakout and downs. They're right here. This is the race that you see, the biggest gainers from the open. So I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. You don't have to load them all, of course, but you might want to take a look at them. All you have to do, if you load one of my scans, and then it's just right click on configure, and then summary, and that'll tell you what the scan is looking for. Okay. Now, again, I'm not trying, this is not a crash course in trade ideas, just giving you a brief overview. All I'm talking about is in the guide. But this room is like this. You're gonna ask me questions. The 12 to 1 hour, you can ask whoever takes over for me in our YouTube room. You can ask them questions. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link or that test drive link that I posted in. Use that. And of course, if you do save my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. Moment. Sam, so the question is, just to reiterate, the difference between the premium and standard is the AI. Everything else is the same. Not exactly. Okay. Um, Meanwhile, look at WGO. Almost toying with the idea of shorting this, but anyway. So there are some other differences between our premium and standard service. If you're using standard service, you have access to 10 charts. You can have 20 in premium. And the other probably big difference, if you're into backtesting, okay, if you have a strategy that you want to backtest to see how well it would work, you need our premium service. Now, not many of our customers backtest. Okay, that's why I don't really go over it too much. It's definitely an advanced topic, but so again, most of our customers do not backtest. But that would be, I mean, if you're into taking a strategy and wondering, well, I wonder how well this would work, because the backtester will take a look at every every time a stock met all the filter requirements over up to the last 3 months. What would have happened if you took every single trade? It'll show you an equity curve, and you can say, okay, that's maybe not a bad looking strategy going forward. So that is the other big difference, only if you're into backtesting. If you're not into back testing, then the big difference is just the AI. Okay, answer your question, Sam? But yes, you have access to Brokers Plus, you have access to the races. Everything you see here is part of the standard service. Hey guys, I just was watching that ABR around that 1450 mark. So I have sold. I'm not too happy with what the whole market's doing. So I've sold some of it, and I'm going to wait to see what happens if it can get back up to the 1450s. No, you can't, Sam. You cannot do that. Put a stop on the anchored VWAP at a chosen candle. No. One of the nice things would be if you could put a stop, say, at the previous low of the previous, say, 5 minute candle, things like that. But we can't do it. Which goes, sort of answers the same question. We cannot refer to candles on stops. No, the anchored VWAP is an add-on. Okay, so the question is in our dock channel bar. This is a complete add-on. This is a $49 add-on. Nothing to do with premium. And one of the reasons is, I mean, this is from Brian Shannon, so this is his baby, and we've collaborated with him. And Michael is creating a lot of different anchored VWAP scans, and so that is why it's an add-on. Now, if ABR gets back up to 1450, I may get back in. Yeah, so I don't use the chart, Sam. Okay, I don't chart trade at all. I mean, and my preferred way. What I would do is this. Okay, is if I were going to use the chart, I would just if I took a trade, for instance, let's just take this trade right here, or take AHI. Okay, what I would do is I would size up where I think there might be some resist or some support on the chart, say on a 15-minute chart, and I would just put the stop there. That's how I put stops. Okay, all sorts of ways to put stops. Okay, you have to get comfortable how you want to do it. Some might put the stop at the low of the previous 5 minute candle. You can do it all manually. You just can't do it. I could put a stop at the low of the previous 15-minute candle or the previous 5 minute candle. Typically, what I do is I kind of size up where I think there's a support area on a 15-minute chart, and that's where I would put my stop. But I'm not actually using our charts to do all that. But if I were, I would go, so I take 400 shares, buy, send, and then I could put my stop. Now, understand that I would always know where my stop is ahead of time. Okay, but that's what I would be doing. I'd be putting in stops manually. Okay. Well, the big difference, Sandra, is that Michael has come up with a way in which he can draw them automatically. Now, I know within TradingView there is a way to draw it automatically, but it's not the same because Michael has come up with a way, to with some science, we'll call it, behind it. So if I go to I have to go to a daily chart here. So if I here this is the anchored VWAP from Big Gap. Okay, so if I take CPRT, and you see how it's hard to see, but there's a purple line that is drawn. It's hard to see. I should get rid of the other. I could get rid of the other lines, but there is a purple line that is actually this is pretty interesting. Let me see if there's one that's a little less jumbled. Take a look at Elian Lennar. Yeah, so I do have other lines here, but if you can identify just that purple line, that has been automatically drawn, okay? Because it looks at a gap and it draws it from the closer where that gap was. I guess it was right here, right there. It draws it, so it is automatically drawn. Yes, there is a way within trading view to automatically, but it's not the same, okay? And he's got a lot of them that he has constructed, gaps from an IPO, pinch plays, things like that. So these are automatically drawn. That's a big difference. Well, I don't use B plus, Sam, to trade. Okay, I trade from within my platform, my interactive brokers platform. If I went to another, let's just take a look. This is what I'm trying to say here. Go to the channel bar and I go to the anchored VWAP. So here's another one. So there's a year-to-date anchored VWAP. So if I click on WYN, these are, he has come up with a way, to figure out, okay, where should I begin I mean, that's the biggest problem with the anchored VWAP, when you're starting out. Where am I going to put my anchor? Okay. I mean, there's all sorts of areas where you can, do I put it here? Do I put it there? So he has come up with a way where he thinks is a good place to put your anchor on all of these particular scans. And here are the other scans. So here's the anchor VWAP from IPOs. So let's take a look at Tigo as an example. So right there. So he's put it at the low of the day in which it started trading as an example. I'm not saying you can't do that manually in TV, but I mean this is done automatically for you. And the pinches, so he's, got this automatically drawn from the highs here, the lows here, and there's a pinch. So there is a big difference. There is a big difference. And he wants to come up with more and more strategies. And there will be some, yeah, I mean, this is in its infancy. So we're starting to have the intraday ones, but nothing on the 15 right here. This is in its infancy. Let me just check to see whether or not they're even, I know on the development version, they're available. So let's just take a look at XX. Of course, I'd have to change to a 30-minute chart. So there's a pinch, okay? I mean, it's always a trick. Where are you going to anchor from? And if you want to find out more about that, then you should, anybody, I'm not just talking to you, Sandra, but anybody interested in the Anchor VWAP, etc., you should come into the YouTube room on Tuesdays between 12 and 1, because Michael is the originator of all these strategies. Okay. And you can ask him, well, how are you doing? And he's not going to give you the math behind it, of course. It's all proprietary, but he'll give you probably the conceptual idea about how he's come up with this. The IPO one is obvious. He just takes the close of the day of the IPO. But there's more math to it than that, because obviously when you look at that IPO scan, not every IPO is in there. Here's an interesting one, guys. KTOS. Now, unfortunately, it's so extended on the 15. I would love to see this pull back just a little bit and then pop above 15 again. Where did we see this? This is from the option scanner, 1497 at 1101. Okay, this is all times Eastern. And so now the problem is it's pretty darn extended. But the nice thing, when you look left, the next high is 1623 on the weekly chart. Okay, it broke through that 1458. So the next high is 1623 on the weekly chart. So I mean, it's got some room. The problem is that it's pretty darn extended. So I mean, you may wait to see. Okay, there's the VWAP 1444. Maybe you put a price alert around that area. See if it pulls back to the VWAP at all. And also, let's take a look. Is there some news? Successfully static test fires the Zeus 1 solid propellant rocket motor at Aerojet Rocketdyne's Arkansas facility. Okay, so there was some news. Now, on the flip side, this blue is almost a lifetime low. It's showing up. Now, remember now, the option plays are not just ones moving higher. I've color coded it so when you see brown or yellow and probably red, I just have the two of them checked. Yeah, so yellow and brown is down, blue. Green and blue are up. Okay. Now, if you're wondering about why I have these four strategies, whoops, I want to disconnect that one. So you'll notice moving higher with unusually strong options, 150%, 200%, 300%. When I first put this scan together years ago, I just had the 300%, which meant that the stock had to be trading 3 times normal in terms of option activity. So let me just show you what the option scanners or the option filters that we have. So if I type in the search, if I type in options, these are the option filters that we have. Some obvious ones like the put call ratio. Option volume today refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And that'll be key. You'll see why. This is the option volume today, pretty standard. Put volume today and call volume today, pretty standard. This is the key. And there goes the KTOS, guys, KTOS. Whew. This is the key, the option volume today percent. So what does that mean? So remember what I was saying, the option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So for instance, in that one that I had 300%, let's just say a stock has traded 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. If I use this filter, this option volume today filter, and I put 300 in here, 300% ratio of three, I would not see that stock unless it is traded 15,000 three times. Okay. The number of contracts that it is traded on average over the last 10 days. That's how I started it. So what I did though, I said, well, okay, what if though I also put one at 150%, in other words, one and a half times normal, because a lot of times what's happening is that these stocks are really ramping up the option volume. So I thought, okay, let's catch it a little bit early. Doesn't mean I'll trade it right there, but I want to know about it a little bit earlier than hitting 300%, if that makes sense. I also had the 200%, but I found that, you know what, getting a little too noisy. So now you notice it's unchecked. You want it, you can check it, but I decided to just leave the 150 and the 300 if all that makes sense. So that's on the way up. And then these are moving on the way down with unusual option activity. Well, the simple answer always is going to be a filter did not, it did not meet a filter requirement session. Okay. I mean, it's as simple as answer. On the option scanner, you can see it's at 225 now. Or show it up at 1497, okay? Because, obviously one filter was not met. And, I can create, and on the races, there will be something that did not meet the filter requirements. Now, if you're saying, well, I want to be able to see KTOS down here when it's making its move, I can make you a scanner that'll do that. Okay. The problem is that for every KTOS that keeps moving like this, you may get 20 others that don't. So there's always a trade-off between wanting to see everything, which you will, but getting overwhelmed by so many different alerts, and then being a little more selective. And you just deal with the fact that, well, I'm going to miss some that might have run earlier, but because of some filter requirements, they're not showing up. Does that make sense? Common question. Common question. You can see Katos is up here now. Now, this may have showed up earlier. Okay, this may have showed up earlier because the way this momentum scan is constructed in terms of the way you see the stocks is that you'll see Katos every time it makes a new high and the price. You just won't see it over and over and over again, if that makes sense. This is just the way I've got this organized. Now, if you want to see it over and over again, now let's take a look at, just for fun, what you mean, Juan. Is there any strategy to track the smart money's footprint and follow what it is doing? Smart money. I mean, we hear that term a lot, of course. So the smart money is in this one. Well, but I don't know what you mean by the footprint, or again, I know what each individual word means. Institution money. Well, I mean, we do have an institution. Let me just go to the fundamentals search. And if I click on fundamentals, held by insiders, held by institutions. I mean, so in theory, you could use this if you thought, if you thought a high percent meant, good, then you could try this filter. I don't use it, but you could try that. Okay. And would all depend on how much you think held by institutions. You could add the filter, whatever your value would be. Well, again, we don't have something that's specifically saying right now institutions are buying this. No, if that's what you're asking. But we do have, I mean, if you thought that stock that was held, 10%, 20%, 30%, you could try to use this filter and just see. Where was I? I was just going to load. Well, I'm going to load my momentum scan, okay? Because the momentum scan is a little more typical about how people usually see. Here it is. Okay. Give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. So for instance, in this scan right here, you see I've done a history, and the first time that KTOS showed up was here at 1497. So you might say, well, again, why would it be so late even on that scan? Why wouldn't it show up at 14 up here? And that more than likely is because of this filter right here. Okay, so the current volume is 3. Now, I don't know what the current volume was right here. Might have been lower than 3. Right now, it's 6.9. Okay, current volume, meaning it's trading, at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. I'm sure the 100,000 shares was probably met, but right here, 1,000% of normal in the last minute, the volume, and 400% are normal. More than likely, it's possible that one of these filters was not met. Okay. So again, if you thought, well, okay, I don't, maybe make that 500% or normal or take it out completely. Sure. You will see KTOS right off the beginning, more than likely. But again, you may see a lot of other stocks you don't want to see. This is a momentum scan, and that's the whole idea of the momentum scan. A big jump in volume. Just give me one moment. Okay. So to sum up one, no, we don't have a way in which we can say, okay, today big institutions were buying this stock. No. Whew, okay, guys. So at this point, I am not in anything right now. Now the KTOS Now, maybe this is going to give me a way to get into this. Okay. It did pop up to 1520, pull it right back down underneath 15. Though this is shortable for me, lots of shares, 4.6 million. I mean, with this market, what it's doing, I'm almost more inclined to short this. The VWAP is at 1464. That may hold it. Okay. But from 1494, getting down to the VWAP. But I'm going to, just kind of watch this and see if it takes out 15 again. And see if it takes out 15 again and maybe runs from there. Because again, looking left, a lot of room. Ah, I lost sight of the Winnebago. Too bad. Man, look at the VWAP, 62.55. Took out the VWAP and moved down below about $1. So this has been a topsy-turvy one today. I mean, as low as $59, got all the way back up to 65, went positive, and then dropped. And this is an earnings play. WGL Winnebago is an earnings play. Yeah, I'm gone. I don't have ABR anymore. I'm I'll look at it later if it takes out 1450 perhaps, but I'm out of the ABR now. I am just waiting. Let's see. Just taking a few look at some of the ones I got thumbnailed. All right, KTOS is back over 15. No, I mean, look, it's not that market dependent. I mean, at all. I mean, look what it's done since they opened, and this is what the SPY has done. So it's certainly not market dependent. Always nice though to have, maybe the market not moving down on you. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but it may not matter. I'm just watching the KTOS to see how well it's trading over 15. KTOS, and when I say KTOS, KTOS. Wow, was AI down to 38? Whew. Wow. And I know there's talk again. I know your Congress talked about we must, figure out what we're going to do with the AI before they take over the world. But still, that's a big drop. Well, you don't need it. Okay, Larry. So maybe it's just semantics. The question in our YouTube room: do we have a custom filter for option volume today is greater than the average amount? Yes. So you use this. It's not a custom filter, but it's just a normal filter. So again, when I was explaining earlier about options, so this is it, option volume today. Okay. If you use this is a percent, but it's a ratio. So if you use 200% or 300% or 400%, that would mean the stock will have to be trading at least, again, let's just let's just use 200% would have to be trading twice as much as on than it would has done on average over the last 10 days. Okay. So it's not a It's just a normal filter, and again, it's just semantics because, typically when people say a custom filter, it means we have to take existing data and combine them to give what's called a custom filter. In this particular case, though, this is just a normal filter. Okay, and this is what this one is all about. This is one option play is all about. So KTOS right now is trading almost 300%. So it's almost three times. It doesn't trade a lot of contracts normally, 2,500, but that represents three times normal as an example. No, no, you don't have to. No, just use that filter, and put whatever percent you want. 300, 200, 100. Well, 100 just means normal. Okay. You can have this. I mean, again, I'm sharing this one in my homepage. You can have this, and you don't have to have them all. So again, this is a multi-strategy window. I have four of them checked, but if you just cared about seeing the ones moving higher, you don't care about the ones moving lower on abnormal option activity, just uncheck these. Okay. Up to you. And all a multi-strategy window, typically people use multi-strategy windows when they have maybe they've only got one monitor. Okay. And so screen space is a problem. So you can take, as many alert windows as you want and put them into a multi-strategy window. What I do, I don't my screen space is not a problem, but what I like to do sometimes is group together similar alerts or similar scans. Obviously, this is all to do with options, so I put them into this one window, but it's up to you. All right, guys, let's see. So I still have my eye on the ABR, but it's going to have to take out the well, not probably. The high was 1454. Probably have to take that out. So I'm going to put a price alert there. Right now, KTOS is having definitely a struggle to get through this 15. Big topping tail. If I get another big topping tail, then it drops underneath, say 1489-ish. This might give me an area that I might want to short it. The number of times it tries to get through here. Now, listen, it may just romp through here. We just don't know. And it's not a low float, 124 million. So look how choppy the SPY has been. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Too bad. This NTCO looks kind of interesting, but I'm just looking left. Looks like the next high is around 730. I mean, that's not bad if it got up to 730 from 7, but I'd rather that not be there because then the next highs are way up here at 8 and then 1076, etc. So this looks interesting, but I'm just not interested because of that high of 730. That's a little bit close. Big float also, so it's going to take a bunch to move this. Almost 434 million in the float. Yeah, I'm more of a 15-minute chart guy. One, yep. I do have. I mean, I will look at a 5, but I'm mainly 15-minute chart. But again, as I always say, that is just me. Okay. That's not a recommendation. And anybody listening, I mean, why do I have a 15? I thought if you're going to day trade, you have to have a 1-minute chart or a 30-second chart. I mean, I can't believe some of the people some of the questions we get, not here, but I need 1-second charts. But in all seriousness, I used to, when I first started trading, I used to have exclusively just a 2-minute chart. I didn't have a daily, weekly, just had a 2-minute chart. But over time, I decided that a 15-minute chart was the way I wanted to trade. All depends on your comfort level. Less noise, exactly. All right, guys. So all I'm really looking at right now is the KTOS to see what it's going to do at that 15 level. It is struggling to get through. You've got little topping tail there when it got up to 1509, a bigger one when it got up to 1524. Do I ever, sure, Trevor, do I ever short it at a break of a level once a previous area of supply demand has been hit and then reload to reshort? I don't actually, usually when I trade, I'm not very good at, usually when I trade, I take my full position right off the bat. That's just me though, okay? Or this KTOS is just struggling to really break free of this 15. Well, for instance, I'm watching this KTOS short, right? Potential short. The more times it fails at 15, my inclination is maybe to take a short around 1491 if it keeps failing. My only issue is the VWAP though is relatively close, 1467. That's what really, I'm kind of hoping that this turns into a long more than a short. But if the VWAP were in here, and it broke down through 1491, I would probably be all over a short on this one, just based on the way it's trading. Now, it may look 15 might hold, and it might just soar from here. And I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. The thing I love shorting are all-time lows. Stock making an all-time low. Okay, well, KTOS actually is making a little bit of a move here, a little bit of a move. Where's the high of that candle right there? It's 1509. Well, it's kind of doing what I wanted it to do, get up to the 15 level and kind of stay here for a bit, giving us a chance maybe to get in. And again, the big attraction for me is the fact when you look left, the next high is 1623. That's the attraction for me. Discounting today's high, of course. Okay, guys. Well, I'll be taking my break fairly soon, in about 25 minutes or so. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room today, not Jamie. Oh, look at Mara, guys. So Mara, after that pullback, has now popped up again. See, the VWAP kind of held at 1238. The VWAP source where we can customize the alert panel or filters. Well, I mean, are you talking about creating your own alerts? Are you talking about creating your own scans, or I'm not sure I understand what you mean by. Well, creating your own scan, though, there won't be a resource so much. I mean, if you go to the guide and you go to alert windows, okay, the alert window, the section in the guide on alert windows, now it's up to you, because it all depends on your trading style. What price range do you like? What minimum volume do you want? What maybe do you want to have a minimum relative volume? It's all now dependent on your trading style. I mean, it's easy enough to create an alert scan, but depends on your trading style. Not really. I mean, if you go to our guide, I mean, what are you trying to actually understand though? Is there an advanced tutorial with much more details? Like, what are you actually trying to understand? But again, the, to create a scan though, will be very dependent on what sort of scan, what you're looking for. I mean, sure, new alert window. This shows you, I mean, here's how you create a scan. I'll just, and on the summary, sorry. So start from scratch. Yeah. Load the settings. So now I got nothing in there. Return. Now I can build my scan. Okay. I mean, that's as simple as it is. But now when you're like, it depends on what you're looking for. And there's no hard and fast answer for that because it depends on your trading style. I can put my minimum volume, I can put a or a price range that I like, my minimum volume that I'm looking for. Do I want the stock to be up from yesterday's close or down from yesterday's close? Do I want it to be above yesterday's high? There's all sorts of things that go into creating your own scan. There's no tutorial. This is the tutorial I'm kind of showing you right now. What you're looking for will be up to you, if that makes sense. Can't tell you what you're looking for, obviously. If you go to yesterday's YouTube, between 12 and 1 when Michael talks, I mean, we joke about it, but he nags at people. You've got to have a trading plan. How and if you don't have a trading plan, that's why we have a simulator that you can practice trading. You don't, when you first start out trading, you may not know what you want to see. What I like to see may not be what you want to see. And when I say you, I'm not just talking to you. Um, okay, I'm just talking in general. I love seeing stocks making new highs of the day or new lows for the day. A lot of people, though, would want to see a stock pulling back maybe to the VWAP or to a moving average. There's no right or wrong way for any of this. People ask, is there a central repository of all the scans that have been created? Well, excuse It's a problem with eating something with seeds. All of a sudden it gets caught. Um, there'd be thousands of scans, thousands upon thousands. What real benefit would that be? Okay. Thousands of scans that have been created. But my advice is go to the channel bar. Well, first of all, you can take a look at the scans that I've got. Go to the channel bar. You can see all the scans that have been created here. These are all theme-based channels. You might see something. I wonder what that one's all about. Take a look at it. As I say, you can load a scan, right click, configure, summary. Tells you exactly what the scan is looking for. Price between $1 and $50, current volumes at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal, 300,000 shares a minimum. Here is the momentum aspect. Volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay, so if you like the idea of that, and again, when I say you, I'm not just talking to you specifically, just in general. Person likes the idea of this, great. And then when a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert if all these values are met. Now you might look at this scan and go, well, I don't mind it, but I hate the price range. Change it. Okay. You can change the price range, you can change the volume, you can take a filter out, add one in once you get used to using trade ideas. Okay. This is what I like to see. Maybe you want to see new 5 minute highs. There are a lot of different real time alerts. I just a guy who likes to see new highs and new lows for the day, but there are a lot of different real time alerts. Impossible for me to say, well, this is what you should use, or but a lot there's running up, running down, cross above the VWAP, cross below the VWAP. 5 minute. Let me just look at the 5 minute highs. New 5 minute high, 5 minute lows. I think we've got 10 and 15 and 30. I just happen to like to see new highs for the day. Same with the filters. We have a lot of different filters. When I scroll down, these are all different filters that we've got, all sorts of different. The reason we have so many alerts and so many filters, so many different trading styles out there with thousands of customers. So we had to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scan. What we've really tried to do with Trade Ideas is, the scans that I share, the other traders share, in the channels, all the scans that have been created there. So, I mean, if you don't want to have to create a scan from scratch, more than likely there'll probably be something there that you might want to take a look at and then maybe customize it a bit. But, we obviously have a lot of customers who want to start from scratch and create their own scan, and that's great. That's fine. Trading isn't easy. I mean, this should be obvious. Trading is not easy. There's no one scan that's going to be the consistent money maker. Um, these are just ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas, and then it requires some, chart reading knowledge. Depending on what the stock is. Is it a type of stock that's kind of following what the market's doing a little bit? So, that's why I have the SPY chart up all the time. I don't think so, weeks, but all right, let's take a look at Winnebago again. Guys, I don't know if anybody took the KTOS, but I mean, that was the big break right there, 1510. If anybody took it, again, I'm never telling anybody to do exactly what I do, or you're not going to hear me say, take this trade right here. Basically, I just try to outline what I see, and if it makes sense, then you can take the trade. Why did I like it? Because of the gap, potential gap fill. I still like the ABR if I can get over 1450 as an example later on today. Well, you know what? Kudos to William. I don't know how many weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and others who said to me, "Hey, I got this trade or this idea from your option plays." You weren't necessarily speaking to me directly, but you said that a few times, and I thought, you know what? Why not resurrect it and see what's happening? I'm glad I did. That's why it's always a good idea, guys. If you create a scan, okay, save it to the cloud. Okay, save it to the cloud because you never know when you might want to bring it back. I mean, I literally had not used this option scan for, I don't know, 2 years, maybe 3 years. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I used it. And a lot of times what I do is on the weekend, I take a look at some of my scans that I've created in the past that I'm not using right now, and I do a check, I do a history to see, okay, what happened, especially on a Saturday, I'll do a history. What did it do yesterday, Friday? And I'll check the alerts that I got from it. And I say, well, those were interesting alerts. Maybe I should be using it again. Now, what you don't want to do though is have, 10 alert windows, 14 top list windows. You don't want to overwhelm yourself with the number of alerts you're getting. Otherwise, you'll be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Look at this one though. I mean, now this is a bit of an anomaly, and normally I get more, but in this particular scan, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, I don't get very many alerts, which is fine. That's what I want. Why don't I get very many alerts? Because I have this very tough filter right there. The current volume is at least 8, trading 8 times normal up to this time of day. That's a tough filter for a lot of stocks to pass, but that's what I want. All right, guys, 11:47. So again, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Yeah, dip buyer, you've got to deal with the fact that sometimes, especially when you're in a trading room. Okay, I do get it. When you're in a trading room and people are saying, "Wow, you guys get this one, or you get this one, or you get that one," and you look and you think, "Man, my scan didn't pick that up," and you're ticked off. And I completely understand. Okay, you just have to be able to mentally deal with it. Okay, it's kind of like what I had to do with the cure, this morning. It was just too early for me to take it. Now, again, if I had really taken a look at this and saw that, I don't even know where the next low was years and years ago, I probably would have taken it had I really examined that. But, I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Run the risk of having something that, you get an alert at 12.76, and before it pulled up, it dropped $2. I mean, that's a tremendous short. But I've learned to deal with that, because there are, with trade ideas, plugging the program, we can always find ideas all day long. Or the idea, you can, I mean, look at this one. I know some of you went long this. You can follow a stock like this all day long, and maybe you figure out, okay, looks like a bit of a bottom. Maybe it took out the high of that candle right there at 10:15, got over that. You take the trade, you put the stop at the low of that candle just to see if it bounces. In this particular case, it would have worked out well. Looking at the VWAP, it got above the VWAP now. Hey guys, it is 11:50. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and I'm putting the link in now. Steve is not in the YouTube room yet. Okay, he'll be there probably within 10 minutes. So I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay, so I put the YouTube link in. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up, and I'll take my break between 12 and 1. Usually it's only about 10 to 1 because Steve has some all these meetings around 1, so I usually relieve him a little bit earlier. Yeah, ABR is back up to 1450, guys. Now my problem is I'm going to take my break. It is my exercise break also, so not sure I want to take a trade right now. So this is in the simulator. We're demonstrating how you can place what I would be doing to place a stop, okay, in the simulator. Now, if I were in this trade for real and I'd be watching this, I'd be looking to get out almost now just to see, well, you see the VWAP's at 191. It's right at that VWAP level. I mean, if it really starts taking the VWAP out, I'd be out of the trade and I'd get out of the trade before the stop that I placed. Okay, so the stop for me is the absolute worst I want to do on a trade, or the worst I want to do on the trade. But I can always get out earlier if I just don't like the way something is trading. All right, guys, let's take a look at GME, what it's doing, just for fun. Okay. I know some of you follow it. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm still here, but I'm anticipating Steve will be anytime now. And I'll put 1 o'clock, but I'm pretty sure I'll be earlier just because Steve usually has to leave earlier. Ooh, ASTS, guys. This is showing up on the option scanner now as a short. Look at this. I mean, what a man, 217,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Look at this. It's actually gone negative now. This is after all the hoopla and pre-market got up to 723. Now, there's the 200-day moving average right sitting on top of it. Okay. The 200-day moving average is 6 and it's right at it. Takes that out. The next low looking left is about 584, so a little too close for me. But this is getting weaker and weaker. An ABR, yeah, maybe take a little bit here. And I'll put a giant, I'll be taking my, be doing exercise workout, but I'll put a giant chart so I can keep an eye on it. But when you look at this chart, 1483 actually is the next high on the daily chart for ABR. So, it may stall there also. I'm looking at the weekly chart but certainly if I go back on the daily chart, you can see this right here, 1483. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute and I'll keep myself, of course, live in the YouTube room, but I'll put myself on mute on the main room. For you YouTubers, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. There he is. There he is. I love the little ping. Morning, Steve.
The sound of relief.
Actually, I'm having a great time today. I mean, a lot of action, a lot of interesting looks. So I'm actually sorry to go.
Well, I wish you had a great time every day.
Yeah. Well, most days it's okay, but some days are just better than others. Now, again, I'll ask. Oh, but it's Wednesday today. So, but you still have those meetings at 1?
No, I don't. I'm good today. I can go the full
Okay.
hour if you need me.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll probably show up at 10 too. Maybe we'll chat from the last 10 minutes. So,
Sure.
so you switch with Jamie. So I'm assuming Jamie will be in tomorrow.
Jamie will be in tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to be taking some PTO time, and it's better that we just switch rather than have a void.
Sure. Okay, my friend.
All
I
right.
will let you go, and we'll
Okay.
see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. All right, let me bring up the screen. Hello, everybody. Trevor, I know that's an old comment, but I'm just seeing you shorted AMD. I'm reloading on the retest. That's all I ask. Yeah, Trevor, check it out. I mean, you can't even get back to the retest. That's looking pretty feeble, and you've got a gap here to fill, and you've got the 50-day downside. There's probably something to that. Keep an eye on the NASDAQ, the SMHs. Make sure they're continuing to be. Yeah, the NASDAQ just got a rejection there. However, we are resting. Talk a little bit about this. We are resting right on the 10 SMA. I took over Brian Shannon's alphatrends.net. He blessed me with his password so he could keep his service going, and he entrusted me with his swing service, and it was a pretty good success. I think I'm happy with the way it went. But I bring that up because what I told them last night is there's two levels really to watch in this market. 360, which we pretty much hit today, and that is your 10 SMA. And then if we bring up just a clean chart here and anchor this breakaway gap, we have a little bit more downside and also kind of a pivot chop there. So I really feel like 355 in the NASDAQ is doable, whether today or tomorrow. But as we speak here, midday, we do have the 10 SMA coming down and rejecting. We saw the Qs tried to hold on to the 5-day SMA yesterday, got rejected. Hang on one second. All right. So as we continue to look at this perspective here, this is not looking good for the bulls, and it's healthy. It is healthy. It's what I was saying is kind of needed. Look at this action there, the sawtooth action, higher highs, higher lows. It can only go on forever. It can only go on for so long, I mean to say. And at some point, it's going to have a correction or a bigger breath than usual. So the 20 and the anchored VWAP, really solid right there at 355. So I'm not really looking for any new long-term, any new long positions, especially in tech. A side note, I'm traveling tomorrow. I'll be gone for 2 days, and I've pared down a lot of the trades that I have, so I don't have to worry about managing trades, and I'm just keeping a couple core positions, so I don't have to worry about them when I leave town. Go visit my mom for her birthday in Oregon. Apparently she's got some to-do list for me. It'll probably keep me busy for 4 days, so I don't have a chance to look at the market, and that's fine. I need a break. Sometimes we need a break. I was noticing that AI had a decent call there right when I was coming into the session here. Let's go back and look at that. By the way, feel free to jump in with any questions. ABR, not a bad looking AI trade in my opinion. We look at the daily, big gap up breakout. It's holding the gap. And the AI bought it right here, kind of the low end of its opening range. And now we've got a secondary push option possible coming off of this rising 10 SMA here in the 15-minute time frame. That's not a bad looking trade idea. And that's what the AI is. The AI is not telling you to do anything. It's just giving you ideas, guys. There's 9,000 stocks out there. If the AI isn't showing you something, then we move to the races. I like this UCAR. Well, how about that? Matter of fact, I did a Brokerage Plus simulation buy earlier just to kind of make a point on social media. Bought that UCAR. You can see the buy right there. Bought it right off the 10 SMA. That's my bread and butter type of play. I feel comfortable when I see something on the races. So, I mean, essentially, I've got my top 10 over here, and I pulled up UCAR. It was pulling right back to my 10 SMA, and I said, let's simulate this trade and show people how to do it. Again, I'm not taking any new trades right now. I'm leaving town tomorrow, and I'm just in kind of a risk off mode. But that doesn't mean that I can't demonstrate the Trade Ideas tools. There's a lot of new users coming to us. We're noticing a lot of new users. We built Trade Ideas 20 years ago for the experienced, fast, active day trader. I mean, a race car, you got a clutch, you got gears, you got to go through it all. But, you know, it's changed. The market has changed. People are expecting a different experience 20 years later, I should say. They're expecting a more simple, refined approach as opposed to, I don't know how to configure this thing to make money, to, oh, hey, thanks for showing us where the action is, Trade Ideas. So it's a quantum leap in terms of what we're trying to do. Just put you in front of the action and then use that simulator to continue your reps and continue practice. So that UCAR worked. It was a nice one. Boy, I'm in CXAI. This has been no fun today. I sold some yesterday at that blue line, right up there at 1367, and almost a round trip, but we're trying to bounce. This is a crazy one, guys. I don't really talk much about it, but it's crazy in the respect that we've got somewhere around 2 million in the float, and of that 2 million, anywhere from 60 to 80% of it might be short. It's a recipe for a move. It's kind of a lottery ticket trade. I'm not even trading it. I'm calling it more of a position. If I was trading it, there would have been no reason to write it all the way back down. But a little bit longer term on this one, I feel like AI is still a hot sector. It's still just kind of getting revved up. The markets have these periods where certain sectors just light up, and anything, especially small cap, anything that does in their profile that business model that the hot sector is excited about, in this case, I think it's going to continue to be AI. I'm going to give it some time, give it some chances. So is the chart confirming my story? Well, the chart's making it difficult, but for the moment, we found some nice support there in CXAI off of the 5-day moving average. I need to see that. But again, this is kind of a lottery ticket trade position, not a trade. If it goes, the shorts might just absolutely panic and scream, and I'll be up here hopefully selling at 20. I know that's an aggressive target, but this type of stock has the potential to make that move when you have a tiny float of 2 million and a lot of shorts trying to get out. This thing has been, for the most part, kind of, I'm not going to say manipulated, but it's been under control. It's been held down by the sellers with all those wicks. Every one of those wicks is a rejection midday. But yesterday we closed on highs for the first time in a while, and the sellers didn't like that. They kind of brought it back down here to just test the waters, and let's see how it closes. I don't know if Patrick's here. Patrick, I'm out of silver. I'm just so tired of fighting the system. I got out before this giant gap. Actually, no, I got out yesterday on the open. I got whacked a little bit in silver, and the chart is not confirming the story in silver. So anyway, let's look at NVIDIA too. Great Scott. NVDA probably going down. Ooh, look at that. It's trying to hang on. Boy, this is a fighter. NVIDIA is a real fighter in the semiconductor space, but what I'm seeing here in the moment is a real battle. Okay, this is a pinch play. We've got the 10 SMA and the 5 SMA converging here. Super interesting level of interest is all happening right here. So let's see how we close. We got 7 minutes to go. We could easily pop back up and get a green candle back into play on NVIDIA. That would give the bulls some confidence. They could use that. And we'll see. So if that's your plan, great, Scott. We need to get this candle back below 425.89. Trevor, I run into conflicting biases. I can make a case for both bull and bear. Hard to pick a side when there's almost an analysis paralysis. I know exactly what you're saying, Trevor, and I agree with you. And I will show you why I agree with you. We're in an uptrend, pretty good uptrend at that. So is this where you just say, enough is enough, I've picked the top, we're going to break the trend? We don't know that. So I was saying in Brian's service the other day on this red candle, guys, I do not have a lot of long ideas for you. I gave him a couple short ideas. I'll address one in a moment. But Trevor's right. You know, are we tired? Let's look at the, I hate when I do that. Let's look at the RSI. Are we running out of steam, or are we getting some, not really. What I'm looking for there is, you know, it's still jiving. It's still working. There's no bearish divergence, meaning a lower high situation. So the trend is very much intact. It's very strong. It's just a matter of, is this level, you know, 350 in the Q is going to hold? Personally, I think we want to come and test 355. And for the moment, it's still the case. I start to shift to the midday here and look for the 10 SMA. If we get 2 or 3 candles breaking back above this moving average today, then maybe that's it. Maybe this is our pullback, and this is as good as it gets. As I mentioned to Brian's group, this is starting to feel a little bit pre-parabolic. And you don't want to jump in the way of something that's going parabolic. I will tell you that. All right, Patrick. Yeah, I mentioned silver been out from a week from the sector, but you know, it's discussing with Andy. I'm just tired of fighting the extreme powers that are doing everything they can to keep the dollar propped up and keep people moving into that. It's just it's a perfect example of the chart confirm the story. Not a bad looking chart for contrarian. Look at that. They flushed out the lows. Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. I like it. It's definitely contrarian. You flushed out the lows at 277 back here, and you're above the intraday moving average. So, so far so good. I thought about jumping into AGQ or something again, but again, I'm leaving town. I don't want to have to worry about this crap. I don't want to worry about overnight risk, and there's tons of overnight risk when you play the silver stocks. AG got me yesterday. I kept trying to bounce this one. I've been taking small paper cuts in this thing, but again, I'm tired of fighting the system. The system is obviously hell-bent on keeping the metals suppressed. You want to get into BlackRock, JP Morgan, I'm happy to do that, but that's what's going on. Trevor, so let's look at your trade, Trevor. AMD, got shorted AMD 115. You covered at 112, which is perfect, which is great. Great trade. There's nothing wrong with reloading because, again, your risk reward here is pretty good. You reload on the bounce and the test. If you're wrong, it's a paper cut. If you're right, it's a secondary trade. Looking left, you've got a gap to fill still here. The only thing you don't have going in your direction is we're approaching the second half of the day, and a lot of times that second half of the day will start to reverse. However, this very well could be day number one, and I talk a lot about a day and a half. Let me transition right into that. MBLY, this was a trade that I gave Brian's room when I felt the market was overbought. I'll show you why I gave it to him, and I'll show you how it was traded. It was really just textbook. So we're going to go and anchor that low, significant low. We're going to anchor the recent high, significant high, and we had a pinch. So this AVWAP pinch became apparent to me right here, and I said we want to short new lows. There's some congestion. Shorting a new low is not shorting in the hole. You're working through downside congestion. And the reason I bring this up is because I was talking about my perfect trade being a day and a half, and I gave them that, and it just worked perfectly, and I got a lot of good feedback. So day number one is right there, and day number 2.5, half a day, is here. Here's the concept. Day number one is just an absolute momentum juggernaut. And make sure I've got the right. Yeah, there's our open. Okay, so day one was just an absolute perfect play. And I told them you probably want to cover some at that green line. That green line was the prior low. So they covered some. And I said, take the remainder and let's see if we can get a day and a half to the downside. Take what you can get in the morning for some follow through to the downside on the short, but watch out for that midday reversal. And here we are, a day and a half. This is a perfect example of my time frame. Barry's time frame is completely different than mine. I like a day and a half. I'm a swing trader. I will turn my back on things for an hour or two and let them work for me. But I'll check in and say, whoop, time to get rid of the rest of this short. It has recovered, a big wick on the daily. It ran the stops. But essentially, this was a great contrarian trade. Again, let's go back. We are identifying a VWAP pinch there that broke down perfectly. It's hard to get the right zoom. And you can't ask for too much. You can't get too greedy. What I mean by that is 2 or 3 days. No, day and a half. That's my favorite sweet spot. So that one worked really well. Which didn't work quite as well was something like Sound. All right, there was a pretty good day yesterday, but it broke today and it just can't get going again, probably because it was a bit extended on the daily. I'll give it that, bit extended on the daily. The other one, CXAI, absolutely no follow through whatsoever. I talked about that earlier. Absolutely no follow through whatsoever. I was really hoping for the day and a half move, but the whole thing broke down. So we'll see what happens. Back to my normal charting. All right, let's look here. AMD, Trevor, I got a 1/3 position back in short. Sure, Trevor. Yeah, that's why you should come to these things. I'm always happy. I mean, this is free advice, and I hope it's good advice. At least that's the feedback we get, whether it's Barry, myself, or Andy, or Jamie, or Michael. And come in here and let us help you get a second set of eyes on it. We will not hesitate in telling you it's a bad idea. And I don't know how many years or months you have under your belt, but you're always learning. Every day is a new day. And there's a lot of different ways to do it too. You just need to find the time frame of the sandbox you want to play in. Again, I play in a completely different sandbox than Barry does. I call myself kind of a swing momentum scalper. And I'll say that word proudly, swing scalper, because I'll scalp the swings day and a half. Kind of looking at it like a 5-minute chart, but it's a daily chart. Kind of talk about Boyle. Well, Andy and I were trying to play this thing back in the day when it was making some noise. And they don't call UNG natural gas the widow maker for nothing. UNG is hard enough to play. And so when you throw a levered Boyle on it, when you're wrong, you're really wrong. You've got a lot of overnight risk being a commodity. But that being said, it actually is starting to look a lot better than it has in a while. And why do I say that? Well, took out the 50-day back here, pulled back to retest the 50-day. We've got the 20 and the 10 coming up underneath. So we haven't had that type of support in a long time. Switch to the intraday here, and you've got yourself a nice test of that 5-day moving average. So that's where we would expect a pullback to bounce on a 15-minute time frame, at least hold that. So actually, it's looking kind of constructive. Great, Scott. It's actually looking constructive. Where I would let it go would be back under $3, back under this 5-day. If it cannot hold this 5-day, this 5-day here, it starts getting back down. I wouldn't want that. There's that UCAR I was sim trading, showing people on Twitter. Not an AI day. No, it's a good point. So going back to my theory, is the chart confirming the story? Well, AI is the leader. AI is the 600-pound gorilla, and it's giving us a day of reset, and that's okay. It needed one. It needed one. So, running from down here under 20 to up to 50, it needs a pullback. That's the 5-day moving average. Great, Scott. Let me demonstrate. It is a 15-minute chart, and you add 130 period SMA to it. 130 is perfectly divided into 5 days of trading, 130 15-minute candles. So it gives us a rolling 5-day moving average. We'll use AI here as an example, rather than trying to plaster it on the daily. And it gets, you got to zoom in. It gets pretty tight to look at a 5-day moving average on the daily. So it's much more palatable to the eyes to see it on a 15-minute. It's the exact same data point. Yeah, so back to AI. Here we're on AI. I really hope it holds that. I don't want to see it give it back too much, but this is healthy. And so it's affecting CXAI, it's affecting Sound, it's affecting all of those AI stocks. So if you're going to play this space, you need to keep an eye on this one. And in that vein, we can look at the competitors of AHI and see if we find anything interesting. Well, there's one. I don't really know if these are considered competitors. I'm going to stay away from that concept. Still a very new sector. But you can see on the daily, we're gathering some consolidation. The buyers are stepping in down here. They're looking at this 20-day moving average and saying, well, we didn't chase it at 48.70, but at 38, actually doesn't look that bad. Maybe there's a reason to jump in and nibble there. So Trevor, Brian kind of trades the same way I do. I mean, I can tell you, he will load up a lot of times and anticipate maybe with half share. And then when the trade takes off, he'll pile into it. And at the very first resistance level, the very first level that it's trying to clear, as it breaks out of that level, he'll take a big chunk off and pay himself. And that it's like, if you play craps in the casino, it's like surviving the come out roll. You got your point. You take a little bit of chips off the table, And from there, he starts looking at the 5-day and anchored VWAPs, on a 30-minute chart or a 15-minute chart. He will constantly raise his stop to the most recent highest low. I don't know if I can find an example of something that's moving. If we just go back to UCAR, he would probably say, raise your stop to right there, where before it was down there. So I will actually do that in my simulation trade, and I'll move it right there. I want to stay well below this rising 10 SMA. I like to, Trevor, I like to anticipate with some bigger size. So I'm kind of saying I do the same thing that Brian does. Take the big size. If you can anticipate it and you catch it early, that's like playing 21 at the card counting table. You know when to press. So it just kind of comes with experience. You've seen it before. You're like, he'll even ping me sometimes and watch this one. It looks like it's getting ready to go. And I know that he's starting to load up on it, and I'll maybe load up on it too. If I like it, I pass on his stuff all the time. I have to see it the way I like it through my prism as well. But yeah, that's the thought. It's kind of like, loading up, getting your advantage and getting that first big move. I shouldn't say big move, but that first convincing move where everybody is realizing it's lighting up on everybody's new highs and stuff. Hopefully I'm already positioned and I'm feeding some of it to those people who are just discovering it. And then from there, maybe, 70% of the trade left and just kind of work out of it. I like to sell new highs sometimes at resistance levels. I hate selling pullbacks. I hate selling when I have to. I'd rather sell when I can, when people are reaching up and trying to buy. But I will say, for the very last chunk, let's say, I'm in this UCAR and I'm ready to take profits. Let's say I've been in it all day. There's profits in there. The way in which I'll take profits on the last remaining chunk, if I don't want to stay in it, is the first closing candle under the 10 SMA. And we're watching UCAR here. It can't do it. We got 7 more minutes. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But if I was holding on to the remainder of this piece, you guys have all heard and you've all read, let your winners run, cut your losers quickly. Well, we all realize trading live that axiom can sometimes be easier said than done. And so trying to maximize profits on my last chunk, I'll wait for that break and a closing candle below the rising 10 SMA. And that tells me I think I got the most I could out of it. And don't look back. Just be happy. So yes, the answer is correct, Trevor. I try to do that. Yeah, you anticipate, participate, and then quickly start being contrarian and fading out. I don't use MACD at all. As you'll see, I've got that RSI. I looked at it a minute ago just to see. Remember, we looked at it in the context to see if the NASDAQ was starting to show signs of tiredness using what we call bearish divergence. And I said, I'm not seeing any signs of bearish divergence. RSI is still rising with the price. So this is how I would use RSI. If RSI was going lower, right, as the price is going higher, yes, I use that. And that's why I have that on this chart. I've got 2 charts. This is my RSI and my VWAP chart. So I can just get a clean look at VWAP when I need it. That's not my cursor. Stop that. Just come in there and grab that breakaway gap. And still, I just feel like, 355 is kind of my target. Whether I get it or not, I don't know. Intraday, the market's trying, but look, it's slowly maybe getting rejected. I don't know. So yeah, no on the MACD. RSI, I can get kind of the same thing that I need just looking at RSI, and I'm using it to try and find divergence, bearish and bullish divergence. Interesting. This could be an easy day and a half example here of my time frame. Just looking at this chart, day one, here's day two. We're into this middle portion of the day. What do you know? There's resistance up there. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing start to give back some profits. I'm not calling anything. I'm just saying this is how I approach, momentum. It's really hard to get it to last for longer than 2 days. Here's an example, PCT. Look at that. Even though it's a green candle, it's closed below and it just can't get back above. And now my momentum line is curling over and just kind of putting a lid on the price for the moment. I don't like to see that. AMC, what the hell is that doing on there? Barry brought up a good point. GME, let's look at GME on the clean chart here. Grab anchored VWAP. Let's see, what were we doing? From the bottom of the gap here. And it recovered extremely well, and now it's holding. Look at that. That's interesting. All right, let's see. Is Vera breaking out? Let's look at VERA. Come on, type slower. It's actually these charts. They're not perfect yet. Vera is extended. Let me get a drink here. I see Vera as being extremely extended. Let's try a couple of anchors. One off that low, one off the breakaway gap. Therapeutics, huh? So, it's had a great run. I mean, at what point? We got to look left here. At what point? Okay, so we have a closure of the gap at 18. Keep that in mind, 1847, 1830. That's a possible target, and I say that because it's still in play. Look at the 5-day SMA there, how it just held beautifully. And we haven't even gotten back to it yet. So my only concern is there's a lot of space, a lot of airspace between current price and the 5 SMA. But when you look at it granularly, the 10 SMA is holding just nicely. We still have 1.7 relative volume. It's doing 70% relative volume over normal. This would be a case in the study where I say it's okay until it closes below. If you see a candle close below that line, it's over. But for now, maybe 1850 is still the target. I took my profits in Sound this morning. I didn't want to stick around. And the reason being is I saw this coming down and it's probably just asking to retest that 340 level. And I'm going on vacation. I don't need stress on vacation. Yeah, the PSLV is looking attractive. Patrick with the 200-day tail, excuse me, at the bottom there, but I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe again. It's a tough, tough sector. All right. All caught up with questions. We can look at more charts. We can look at whatever you want. All right, BB, let's look at NOS. Technology, education, electric vehicle. Now, how the hell is it an education services, business schools, but provision of electric vehicle charging? Okay, so we've got some conflicting. Maybe you can let me know, Nos, which one is it, education or electric vehicle? Because there seems to be some discrepancy there. Now, what I will say is the 200-day moving average is coming into play. We just had earnings. Let's see if we can derive anything from the anchors. We'll zoom out a little bit. We'll grab that breakaway right there. And we're well below that. I have a feeling we're going to be below a lot of things. Big convergence there. Let's go back and anchor this low way back here. So that one kind of came into play most recently. This $7 level's tough. That's the low from way back here. It's under pressure. It's not looking good, but what I would expect from this is a test of that low right there at 588. Maybe it already did it. Yeah, it did it. It kind of tested that low, but it's still very well. Let me just put it this way. It's so close in the neighborhood of the 200-day. It's probably going to stop and knock on the door and say hello. And it might run stops, but I think the important thing to do is if it touches that 200 days, wait and see how it closes at the end of that day. What I've learned as a swing trader is it's very easy to get, spooked out midday. And you only look back at the close and say, well, I kind of wish I would have waited for the closing candle, but that's one of my swing trading philosophies anyway. I do have some TGB. Patrick, you might be interested in that. Bought it on the 20 yesterday. This is a copper play. Really, it's the only exposure I have to any metals. Live person. Let's see what they're, yeah, they sure have. Boy, it's really extended. I wouldn't be anybody wanting to establish a new position here after that 4-day run. Broke above the 50. Boy, this thing just got hammered. I think it got too far ahead of itself during COVID, probably. The key is to see if it can close above the 50-day. And then just let it, what I'd like to see it do is just hold these levels, close up here, and then grind sideways for a few days while the 20 and the 10 catch up to it and just kind of hold its own and hold a bid. Don't give this back, but at the same time, it needs a breather. So some sideways action would be preferred. And then you start to get the price consolidating above these rising moving averages coming up to meet the price. That's the beginnings of a mustard seed of change, hopefully. Todd, this is just my personal layout. Just using the Trade Ideas non-docked window. I've got a race here that shows me where the action is. I've got my watch lists, got my charts. I have the AI minimized. We were looking at ABR earlier, saying this was a decent looking play. And look at this. Okay, so signal candle tells me right there, it was 15 minutes ago, that candle, the first one, closed below. So if you were taking this AI trade, it's best to manage them yourself. And I would use the 10 SMA, and the first closing candle under the 10 SMA tells you momentum is dying. And look at that. It would have saved you all that hassle. Yeah, Patrick, there's weird stuff going on out there for sure. There's a major decoupling between the price of metals and the dollar. We'll just look at the dollar basket. And weak the last few days, which makes no sense as to why silver and gold are also weak the last few days. There's weird forces going on out there, man, and I don't feel like fighting them. I heard somebody, I did a little bit of research, Patrick, on copper, and there's a lot of copper being withdrawn from the exchanges and delivered. I'd like that chart to look a little better, but that's going to be one of my core positions I'm going to leave town with. TGB, I'm going to hold on to that one. Very clean effort here by the spies to just kind of back up and slide in and try and say, hey, we're just going to pick up this 10 SMA here and everything's cool. But we still have 3 hours to go, 3.5. So let's see what happens by the end of the day. Yep, look at that beauty. 10 SMA wins again. Momentum and UCAR. I'm just going to give you guys this race. If you don't have this race, this is a cloud race share to it. This is where I found UCAR. And the most important thing you do is that you have the show all winners, that you have it set to the top 10. And UCAR has won 11 periods of 5-minute momentums, and it just continues to climb the leaderboard. And this is what brought this idea to me in real time. Right there, you can see my buy, that blue line. So then we'll take the stop and we'll adjust the stop up below that last candle. And actually, this is what I would be doing if this was a real trade. I'd be saying, this is a really nice trade. Let's go into UCAR here, and let's just go ahead and take half. As we get in close to the resistance, take half when you can. And let's see if that shows up on there. I think it's because I don't have it enabled. Executions. Why does it not show the sell? I just sold half on my simulator. 666, nice position. Let's sell one. We can't have that. 665. All right. So simulated, but that's how you like to do it. That's how I like to do it. There's no one right way to do it. It just depends on what your time frame. You got to start with your time frame. What time frame do you want to play in? Yeah, that sound is starting to get taken over by my momentum line. I got out of this earlier. I took what I could from yesterday, and actually sold some up here yesterday. I had a great sell, but I didn't sell enough at 397. So I sold the rest on the open, took what I could. It's probably going to come back down here to 343. But that, again, this is the new way to try and find the action. Not program your own scans, just let Trade Ideas find the action for you and present it to you in a way that you just can't miss it if you're watching throughout the day. All right, caught up on questions. Another one of my core holdings is Beat. Very low float, small cap. I like the product. See what happens. I don't know why, but I am going to take CXAI on vacation. Sometimes some of the best trades are the ones that you just turn your back on. And you log in and you go, whoa. Wishful thinking, but I would put a stop in, of course. But I would likely pull that stop on the open because I can't stand having good till canceled. I can't stand having market stop orders on the open. That is what the algorithms and Citadel and they prey on that. That's just easy money for them to see where everybody's fear point is. Knock down the bowling pins and reverse the price. It's like their number one go-to strategy. So I pull my stop orders in the first 30 minutes. I can't stand getting that morning volatility wicked out. Those computers are smarter than I am in the first 20 minutes. You're welcome, Todd. You're going to find the action on that, and it should be coded to where it says, just so you know, I mean, if you right click and say show all winners, then you've just got this mess of stuff over here on the right. So you clean that up by right clicking and say show top 10. This gives you the action for the day. This is actually where I think CLSK could probably stop in its tracks here, right there. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks down and starts to lose its momentum as people take profits on the day and a half concept. Rom, there's another one you just can't fight. Andy is actually currently saying lithium doesn't look bad. You would be right. How about that? That's a good looking chart. Holding its 10 SMA, nice consolidation, good bottoming tails. Yeah. If I wasn't leaving town, I don't know, I might jump into that one, but I gotta have minimal risk. Boyle, I see that one starting to go a little bit. Yeah. It is certainly holding. Probably, you know, if it keeps that up, it's going to come back up and test those mid 330s. Probably a good day trading vehicle. The overnight risk, though, is there for sure. Where would I place the VWAP on Boyle? We might even have a pinch situation coming up here. We definitely broke through that. That's a good sign. And so, yeah, I would look at something like that. We could also go into, like, you know, the 15-minute. Let's do it this way. Let's go to time frame 30-minute. Sometimes you can get some decent 30-minute views. So let me clear out those values and start again here. The breakaway. I would draw that. Probably draw that. So we got two levels of interest here from the recent 30-minute low down here on 612. Beautiful support. The breakaway was giving us resistance, but maybe that's what you're looking at. You just kind of broke through it. So yeah, it's looking good. It's looking better. It's looking constructive for sure. Love the way it bounced off the intraday 15-minute 5-day moving average as well. IONQ 30-minute high. What's AI doing for our AI sector view? What's the big gorilla? Trying to hold that space, and then we're coming up to an inflection point here. So I'll be watching, in terms of the AI sector, I'll be watching this closely to see if the price gets thrown back down to a new low by this moving average. I don't want to see that. I want to see it hold and break back through to the upside here. Another low for the dollar. All right, we're caught up on questions, guys, gals. You got me for another 10 minutes or so. If you need some help with the software, or if you're new, there's no questions off limits. I am going to beautiful Medford, Oregon to visit my mom for her birthday. Like I said, she's probably got a giant to-do list for me. Last time I went, 2 years ago, it was 110. This time it's going to be 80, thank God. But yeah, we just had the test drive, and that was busy for us. Is that a vacation? Technically, no. It's visiting your mom. But it's a break from the desk. It's a break from the news. It's a break from social media. It's a break from markets, price action. It's a break from me. My day is basically seeing notifications pop up every other minute, and just a lot of it's a break from multitasking is what it's really going to be. Barry always threatens that he will not check in on vacation, yet we see him lurking. And that'll be enough to draw him in the unmute right now. So in theory, I sold that UCAR when it was running up. I like to do that, sell it when you can, or some of it, sell some of it when you can, not when you have to. You wind up getting better numbers at the end of the month, I believe. All right, let's look. BR. Go to the clean chart. We'll go to the daily. All right, so one thing that comes to mind is there is actually some divergence in the RSI right there. As the price was going higher, it was doing so with less energy. So that was interesting in hindsight. But your question is VWAP. So the first thing that really stands out is going to be that breakaway gap. And look at that. I think that's really all you need to see right here. That's probably the most recent and relevant level that it needs to hold. Everybody that's been participating in BRBR since that breakaway gap with volume, they're still above water. But what happens is if this does give way, then all of a sudden this group of people is going to feel underwater, and that's when the cell pressure could start to come back in. That's pretty cool artwork, the way it just kind of fades out there randomly. Yes, Vera is still going. Probably wants that 18 level. 17. I actually probably used the bottom of that candle. 1750. It's got Barry all excited. Impatient. Yeah, you got to be patient. And you don't want to make decisions hastily in between the levels. You know, just watch that level and see how it holds. That is correct, Trevor. And that's one of the reasons I won't swing trade pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals are the most notorious for waking up one day and seeing their entire business model just crushed. There's a lot of overnight risk in pharmaceuticals. There's a lot of overnight risk in the metals when you play gold and silver. But I like to find things that, oh, well, let me rephrase that. I like to take things home that closed on highs with good volume and then fade out of the follow through the next morning. If you can find those, they work great. But you are correct. You know, everybody has a different risk tolerance level, and some people just don't like taking risk home. Barry's one of them. I think he backed me up on that. He just has not always been that comfortable taking home risk overnight. He likes to bunny foo-foo, bop him through the forest, and however that limerick goes. BMEA for Larry. It's holding its backstop. It's above its rising 50, which means it's healthy. It's a biotech. Again, you know, you have overnight risk always in biotech, but I see something we can look at here. The most obvious area to anchor is going to be this breakaway gap. And it basically has used it as kind of a pivot level. So you're in kind of no man's land here. I would say that 32 could be back in play if it can't get going. However, let's look at the 15-minute time frame. Just for fun, let's go 15 minutes on the RSI. I want to see something. No, never mind that. So it's under pressure. You need to continue to hold that. You need to be very aware of this coming. So if you do kind of grind back up, you're going to have a big confluence with that declining 5-day moving average, which will be a bit of a headwind for you. Also, John got MBLY. I was talking about that, John, MBLY and Brian's service and how that was just a perfect example of a day and a half to the downside, not to the upside, but to the downside. We got our day one here yesterday with just perfect momentum, takes them off at the close. Exact opposite of overnight risk, following through to the downside after a red candle closing on lows. We got our second half of the day right here. And just like clockwork, momentum died out the second half of, or the momentum died out on the halfway point of the second day. That's my observation, and that's something I talked a lot about to Brian's group, which it sounds like John is a part of. So yeah, that was like that was great. That was a nice telegraph trade. And remember, we found that by using the AVWAP pinch. And the AVWAP pinch, those things can really grind for a couple days once they break. I'm noticing that. It's a whole new setup here, but this is what we were looking at. So going back a couple days, it's hard to do that with these charts, but going back a couple days, it just was grinding lower. And there's your first closing candle right there. And then basically, I said, if we take out that low, that's a couple 3-day low there. It's a pretty tight range. You're not really chasing to the downside. That's acceptable to short a new low like that. And what do you know, it worked. And then I called out the fact that our first level of support is going to be this 37.20. Probably want to take some off there. We got that. I said, let's get some follow through and take what you can in the morning and fade out of it and close the trade. And it was just a perfect example. So I'm glad that that resonated with you, John. All right, what is going on out there? I really don't. I got a feeling that just might not hold this 10 SMA. I got a feeling we might have a date down here with 355 in the Qs. That's just my gut. I could easily be wrong, but for the moment, look at the price rolling back over, trying to give back that that 10 SMA. Wants nothing to do with its 5-day up here either. How's that LTHM that Andy jumped in? Oh, it didn't take long, huh, for NOS to test that 200. Oh, there it is. So it's just, you have to look at it and say, okay, I have to accept the fact that it's going to test it. Barry.
Every time you kept saying NOS, I thought you were talking about Michael.
No, I know, me too.
Every time you said that, I was saying,
NOS.
what the heck is he talking about?
He's got his own ETF now. Didn't you know that?
Yeah. I am, the Vera. It's funny you mentioned that because the Vera is something I've been watching for several weeks now, and I didn't realize I had lost sight of it. I'm in it now again. I hadn't realized that it had popped through that 15 again. I was watching it yesterday and I got up to 15 and it came right back down. I hadn't realized it popped up again. Look at the void, Steve.
Yeah, the void to 1750. Yeah.
Well, even on the weekly, even if you look at the weekly, 1940 or so. That's what I've been actually more fixated on looking at weekly charts instead of the daily on some of these. And man, oh man.
But you don't see the gap on the weekly though.
Well, I do. Well, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just looking left to see what the next high is.
Okay, yeah, I like to see where the actual gap is. So
I see. Okay,
to fill the gap concept. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of filling the gap on the weekly.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the weekly, that big weekly candle at
I saw that.
In January, all the way from 19 down to what 5, and then now looking left. So that's what I see anyway.
What do these guys do?
Who knows?
Who knows? Some sort of drugs.
I think they had something to do. It was a sympathy play. It was a sympathy play the day that it started, and I can't remember if it's an Alzheimer play or something.
I think it's an Alzheimer play. Yeah, I think that was what it was.
I think it might have been something like that. So, but looking good now. The other one I'm looking at right now is a KTOS, KTOS.
KTLS?
KTOS.
Oh,
yes,
KTOS. KTOS.
Had some news and the same sort of thing for me. Looking at the weekly, it has a little bit of room to about the 16 level, 1640 or so.
Channeling your inner Mike Tyson today with your speech.
Yeah, don't say that to him.
Yeah, that's a good looking one too. Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. And they had some news. So that's why it's been in play. So yeah, so that's what I got looking forward to this afternoon. Maybe a Vera continuation, and maybe something happening on the KTOS.
Well, as you heard, I'm leaving town, so I'm winding down. I'm not really taking.
I heard you're leaving town to Oregon for a nice, relaxing week with your mother.
Yeah, nice.
She sent me chores.
She sent me an email last night to me and my brother. Oh, I've got a list for you guys. You know, I mean, you see your mom once a year. I guarantee you, she's going to have a list for you.
Well, I like the fact you said guys, so it's not just all on you.
True. Yeah, I got a brother who
Okay.
does help, thank God.
You know what,
Drives me
Steve? Just
crazy.
start to cough a little bit.
Why?
Just a
Oh,
little bit.
just
He's
just
so
to make
tired. I just don't know what's wrong with him, Mom.
I can't do that.
You
You know I
can.
can't do that.
Okay,
All
my
right,
friend. Well,
Greg.
listen, have a great time.
See you around.
And I'll be monitoring Slack to make sure you do not look in.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
See ya.
Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I'll take over now. Okay, guys, just talking to Steve in our YouTube room, and yeah, so I'm in the Vera. I'm glad they pointed that out to me. Well, just after I was taking my break. You guys probably remember I was talking about Vera for a few days now, but I forgot about it. I had literally forgot about it, and had that move. Got up to Fort 15. Was waiting for it to break. It didn't do it for the last 2 days. Well, the 2 days before yesterday. I didn't even realize it had broken through 15 yesterday, pulled it right back down. And then they were talking about it in the YouTube room. So I got in just around this, just over 16 actually. And, I'll probably trade out of it. It is a buy. I'm not going to hold it or anything, but and let's see. Yeah, and I got knocked out of the ABR. That's the one I took just as I was going on my break. The minute it took out the 40, I was out. So I'm not too interested in this anymore, even if it gets back up to the 1450. Not too interested. I got knocked out for a little loss on the ABR. And the KTOS, I haven't taken it yet, but I'm really interested in taking the KTOS again. Um, it's got the room, got some room looking left. 1662 or so is the next high, I believe, or so. 1620. Let me get it right. 1623. Yeah, 1623 is the next high for KTOS on the weekly chart. Now, this one just showed up on a few of them. The option play scanner, LFMD, showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, LFMD. What's the float like? 24 million. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for LFMD. So again, the issue for me is trying to break through 4. It tried, but even if it does, what could happen? Yeah, to me, there might be just too much resistance between even 4 and that 420 level. So not quite interested in it. Not as interested as I would be. If we could look left and see maybe the next high is, yeah, 7, that would get me obviously very interested. Yeah, this QURE, just been kind of hanging around the VWAP a bit, guys. It dipped down below it, got above it, just kind of hanging around the VWAP right now, the QURE. I can't believe it's going to stay here all day, PJ. But seriously, I mean, it's just kind of hanging around that VWAP area, 1180. You caught that, did you? Do you have Shady? Is there maybe an alert window? No, I have to try to remember the is that. There's an alert. Pepe knows. I'm trying to find it. I just wish I could remember where it is. Not actions. No. In the configuration where you've accidentally maybe check the thing that pops the window up and it can lose focus and you can start to when you start typing it'll actually go to another where is that thing. Now the other thing of course is just to take, I mean, I think you probably know, take a look at your linking just to see if you've I mean, it's hard to believe you would accidentally link to the room. Trying to find where that thing is where you people accidentally check it or they don't even realize they've checked it and they've minimized their window and when it so it pops up and that really can have you lose it used to happen to me a long time ago when I used to be trying to type in say another document like off trade ideas maybe even word and all of us and you know I couldn't do it. So infrequently, yeah, you're right, and I mean it I just can't find that option. I cannot find that option in an alert window. I can't find it. Just check to see if you got it some alert window and there's I can't remember where you check it. And it's basically the idea is if you minimize the window, then when you get an alert, it pops up on your screen. Okay, kind of like the way I've got my price alerts. But some people have accidentally checked the alert window and it'll happen. And then that basically, if you were trying to type, say, in a Word document, you would say, well, wait a minute, how come I can't type? And that's because the focus has been taken by that window. I just can't remember what the what that option is. Yeah, certainly not getting too many new alerts now, guys. Well, for the life of me, I cannot find that option to check it. I just can't remember where it is. That's it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was. You see, that's why it's not showing up here. That's because I need an individual alert window, and these are all in docs, I guess. That's why it's not. Yeah, so I mean that was just a guess. The show alert window, and people sometimes check it, not realizing what they think. Well, that makes sense. Show the alert window, but in a doc, I guess that doesn't happen. You can't. I can't see that. Actually, it's funny. Maybe in the development version I'm on, it doesn't even show anymore. The properties action show alert window. Because I just took this out. I just had it free floating. Yeah, it seems like that has disappeared as an option. I'm right clicking, I do, properties, unless it's in actions. Oh, it is action. I'm sorry. That's exactly what you're talking about. Show alert window. Okay. Anyway, is it possible that's what it is? Because I know when I check and you have an active window, something that is very active, it can really kind of wreak havoc. Well, this has definitely turned into a bit of a snoozer for me now. Okay, well, that can't be it then. Yeah. And of course, there's no way that in Tools external linking, it'll show because I guess in theory you can link here. In theory, let me see if that worked. Well, it flashed. Anyway, what you said was it's infrequent, so that's a good thing. That was a rumor or a suggestion a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? Regarding Bed Bath and Beyond and Overstock. It made what, $24 million to take over certain assets of Bed Bath and Beyond. Volume definitely coming in. But as always, guys, look at that 2182. 2182 is the 200-day moving average. I mean, I suppose that's far enough away. If I had shorts for this UCAR, I'd be really interested in this if it took out the VWAP again. Look at all these topping tails for UCAR, UCAR, all these topping tails. You know, buyers have been trying mightily to move this higher, but the sellers keep knocking it down. Eventually, the buyers will just give up. But there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Isn't this the bankrupt stock? Or sorry, not BNK, MNK, MNK. Having a bit of a pop here for whatever reason. MNK. Next high looking left is around 203. Well, things are for me really slow to a crawl, guys. Okay, I'll do my video now. What time is it? 121. So say 121, 1321, 1331, 32. Okay, so I'll be back no later than 132. I should say this. I should be back around 132, probably earlier. Muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Oh, sugar. I was doing my video on Cure, and I was wanting to get back into the room so I could take the trade. I think I'm too late. Yeah, I think I'm too late now. I don't know. I don't use it, so Trevor. So I'm the wrong person to ask that question to. Don't use it. Yeah, man, Cure. So now it has dropped back down a bit, but just as I was doing my video, I was saying interested to take it right about 12:30, and boy, it popped all the way up to what, 1270? 1270. Woohoo. I asked William earlier, I mean, what do these guys do other than this? I mean, they got slammed on their data. UTME. Let's take a look at UTME. All right, so it just went positive. That's about the best I can say about it. The high yesterday was what, 256, not that far away. If it gets through that, 275. Of course, if it gets through that, 340. But that high yesterday is pretty close. Strategy alerts are related to the 15-minute time frame. No, they're independent. You're talking about these alerts here. They're just new highs of the day. As an example, these are new highs of the day. These are new lows of the day. Same sort of thing here. It doesn't matter what. It's not based on any time frame. Now you can do things like new 5-minute highs and new 15-minute highs and things like that, but these are just new highs of the day. So it's got nothing to do with what time frame, other than the day. I suppose the daily time frame. Right? Makes sense. But even a 5-minute high, just you don't have to be on a 5-minute chart. You could be on a 15-minute chart with a new 5-minute high alert, and it'll show up. So it's really irrelevant. What do I think about Mara long right now? Well, let's take a look at Mara. Of course, it's crypto, so crypto's been in like the crypto news has been, of course. Now here, okay, here's what I see. I would not take it unless it number one broke through the VWAP. Number one, that's just me though. VWAP is 1247, so it is now below the VWAP. So I would not take it unless it broke above the VWAP. But even if it did, the VWAP is 1247 and the highs of the day, around 1282, not that far away. The other thing I would have up and running is something like BITO and seeing what it's doing. So BITO is starting now. That is still above the VWAP, but I'd want to have this up and running as a thumbnail chart, sort of as a keep an eye on what overall crypto is doing. But that is what I'd be doing with Mara if I wanted to take it. It would have to take out the VWAP. But that is just me, Trevor, of course. Yes, I was going. Wanted to go long here at 12:30. Well, when I just finished up the video, it was at 12:20, and I was thinking, okay, I should go. Want to see maybe take this one long. Now, I'm not saying it was going to keep romping up higher and higher, but you can just sort of see on a 15-minute chart. Look at a 15-minute chart right here. Look at all the action right at around 12:14, 12:15. When it took that out, and I think I was just wrapping up the video right here when it was at 12:20. So that to me said, well, you can probably take some over around between 12:20 and wherever you could get it. No more than 12:30. Just looking at a 15-minute chart where all the highs were. That's all. Oh, now I'm not talking the time 12:30, talking the price. And it was actually a little bit before that. So just in case I didn't mean 12:30 at the time, in case that's what you were thinking I was referring to. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, John M. Okay, guys, again, things have slowed down remarkably. The UCAR, I mentioned earlier that I'd had shorts available. This would have been a very interesting short. All these topping tails, buyers trying like mad to move it higher. Sellers kept knocking it down over and over again. But no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Don't use it. Sorry, Juan. I just don't use it. I really can't help you there. I don't know. Somebody asked me a question that yesterday about oh, I can't remember the filter. No, the NR7. And I don't use it. I asked some of the other traders if they use it, other traders in our like trade ideas if they use it, and nobody said they did. So there are a lot of alerts and filters, okay? And the only way I can explain it, and I probably have used 1% of them, and a lot of them I just don't use. I've never used. Hasn't They haven't interested me. Why we have them though? Lots of different traders, different trading styles, etc. The only thing, yeah, Fibonacci. I mean, he uses Fibonacci, but yeah, but he uses it in Thinkorswim, and so I'm not 100% sure that our Fibonacci would relate to his. Okay. So, I mean, what does the help say? Sometimes the help will give you some kind of a, well, let me just see if the help says anything. It may just say, okay, there's the help. Okay. Well, you should read all this, okay? You should read all of this. Oh, I know it's a national best bid and offer. Yeah, I do know that. But I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So you should read all this. I don't know if you have this, but this is a pretty detailed explanation. Okay, guys, KTOS is still, kind of trying to get back up to the high. But I mean, guys, things have really, really, really slowed down. For me, anyway, the stuff I'm looking at. Now, the Fisker, take a look at FSR. Wow, it's got some room. The next low looking left is around 5 for FSR. And there are some shares available, 90,000 shares. So one, I do, apologize. I mean, I don't have a more definitive answer for you on something like that. I'll just ask the question again. You mean the trade, what scans do our traders use? Yeah, I can't speak for the rest of them, Larry. I can only, obviously I know the ones I use. I know Steve Gomez uses one called, I think, the Jam Down to the 15 or Jam Down to the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. He's got he likes that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. That is a go-to indicator for him. But I cannot speak for the rest of Michael Noss is almost now just exclusively using his anchored VWAPs. Jamie, I think he's got because he's way more of a scalper than I am. He doesn't mind getting 4 or 5 cents with a lot of shares. And he likes. I know he's got a couple of scans that I think one he calls Dawn of the Dead stocks that have been really beaten up and are trying to come back. So I mean, but I don't have. I don't. I know what I do, and I have an idea a little bit what they do, but we all have different trading styles. So like Steve hates well, let's say hates, but he will not want to see stocks near the highs of the day. He would much rather see a pullback, and that's fine. Yeah, and Andy loves the China stocks, for now anyway. All right, Paradox. Yeah, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Keep an eye on this AI, guys. I mean, AI is starting to curl just a little bit here. Okay, just a little bit here. I mean, it's gone from 30, but it's curled about $1. Now, the issue, of course, is always going to be that VWAP 39.47. It's not too far away. What is the use of the momentum down scanner for a trader looking to go long? Are you when you say you're a novice, are you a novice to trade ideas or a novice to trading also, or both? I better ask the one question. I'll ask the first question. Are you a novice trader? Okay. Then okay, because what I was going to say, I mean, if you're not going to short, I mean, obviously these are short opportunities. Some could use this in order to go long to maybe try to play a bounce. But bounces are really, really tough if you're new to trading. Okay. They're not easy, even if you're not new to trading. Something that has been beaten down and then finally finds a bottom and then it turns around, kind of like the cure. Okay. Like it happened with Cure, QURE, but it's not easy if you are a new trader. I would just forget about it. So, I would forget about this as if you don't want to short, then I would forget about this trying to go long any one of these. Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll stick an alert for this one. Maybe a late day surge, 14. Whoops. A minute. You can kind of see exactly what happened to ABR. I mean, there's a high right there of, no, sorry, I'm wrong. Thought it was 1452, but the next high looking left is 1483. So, I mean, if it can get through that 1450, I mean, it's a chance to get it into this area, 1480. Now, again, the reason why this is up, being added to the S&P Small Cap 600, and that'll happen a couple of days from now. That was the news for ABR. A moment, please. Okay, guys. All right. What's happening here? I'm hearing, oh man. So that must be that's my, oh, there's KTOS, guys. There is KTOS, 151, new high. And starting to pick up speed a little bit here. KTOS starting to pick up some speed. Winnebago is hanging around the VWAP again. WGO, let's take a look at WGO. I think it's hanging right around the VWAP again. VWAP is at 6250. There it is, 6289. So been a very strange day for it or trading day for it. It's an earnings play. Got knocked down in the pre-market down to about 58 something, 59. Market opened, got all the way back up to 65. Actually went positive for the day, and now it's negative again for the day. But it's above the VWAP. Could it continue now from the VWAP? All right, guys. So this LFMD, I mentioned this one earlier. This showed up on the option scanner, LFMD. Now, my issue was it with it was that it looked like 420 could block it. First, I had to get through four. Okay. Now, it's super extended on the daily, and that is the LFMD. But if it can get through that four, yeah, see that 419 is sort of the next highs looking left. Oh, well, here's what I would do. Okay. Support at trade-ideas.com. First of all, let me see if anybody answered me about the fib. Nope, nope, and nope. Nobody, none of the traders at Trade Ideas use it. So ask the question regarding time frame, okay? I know what you're talking about, but ask the question, support at trade-ideas.com. But is it something that are you just sort of like going through all the alerts and filters? I mean, is it something that that's the way you want to trade? I mean, or are you just sort of curious? I personally find that patterns like that, pattern recognition, very difficult. I find that very consequently, I've never tried it. So you are actually using it. Okay, well, yeah, and I do apologize. I mean, it's just that I'm a very simple trader. You know, highs and lows. Give me some volume. Tell me where the VWAP is and the 200-day moving average, and put what my relative volume is, and that's all I basically use. And even early on, when I became a subscriber in 2010, I really wasn't using. I mean, there's so many alerts and filters, and I just sort of said, you know what, not a lot of those um, interest me. It's that simple. Not a lot, most of them just did not interest me. Now, if somebody says, "Hey, Barry, I have a fib. I'm using your fib alerts, and on this, well, I guess a time frame, and say it's working great for me," then I'd be saying, "Great, share the cloud link and let's take a look." But in the 13 years I've had the product, I haven't had anybody say that to me regarding fibs or head and shoulders or any of the patterns. Now, that does not mean aren't people out there that are using them and using them to their advantage. So are you talking about this, Brooke, right here? This option plays right here. My homepage. So here's the link. Okay, so that's my link. Yeah, just type in or if I go to my scan section and go to the options. You were long Mara as long as 12 holds. Well, let's take a look at Mara, see what it's doing. Okay, so if you're in this trade right now, so you're in about 12:30 or so, and you're going to put a stop around 12. Is that correct? Where are you in this, Trevor? What is your what price did you get in? Let's do some analysis. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Trevor. Okay, you're in at 12:20. So you're putting a 20-cent stop on it approximately, right? As long as 12 holds. So let's just make the math super simple. You're in at 12:20 and you're going to put a 20-cent stop as you say, as long as 12 holds. Okay. So that means, at least the way I trade, that you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. So that means it's got to go to 12.60. Okay. Before I would take that trade. You know, a 1 for 2, you're going to risk 20 cents. So the way I trade is that I won't take a trade unless I have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So in this particular case, and I hope it works for you. Obviously I really hope it works for you. See, you know, I wouldn't have taken the trade just because of the VWAP. Okay, but I hope it works for you, of course, because the VWAP is less than 40 cents away. But I hope it works for you, of course. Now, had the VWAP been up here, around 1280, yeah, sure. Okay, guys, you know what? We're a bit of a lull here, so I haven't done this for a while. Let's talk just a little bit about money management. Actually, anybody who's new in the room right now or looking for a bit of a refresher. Just give me a moment. Let's say I wanted to take this finger right here, FNGR, okay? And I am going to take 500 shares of it. And I'm going to explain why I'm doing that. I'm going to buy the spread is only a couple of pennies, so send it. So now I'm in this trade, okay? Entry was 254. This is in the simulator. I am going to put a stop at a stop. Now, again, before I trade, I know where my stop is. I'm going to put the stop at 234, which is 20 cents away. I'll explain why I'm doing that. You'll see the stop will be right on the chart. You'll see a red line up here and approximately, it's hard to see, it's pretty jumbled up right there. A lot of action, but it says minus 97.50, approximately minus 100. Okay. So why did I do that? So first of all, the way I trade is that I have a checklist. Everything has to be checked in my checklist before I will take a trade. Now, doesn't matter what my checklist is, but most of the things that have to be checked are already checked because of my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of the price range I want. I'm not going to see something that hasn't got at least the minimum volume that I'm looking for, probably the relative volume. So a lot of things are already checked when I get an alert. My next step, of course, is that clicking on the alert. Then I'm going to go check left on a daily and a weekly chart to see, okay, if I took this trade right now, where could it go until it hits that next high? And if I took this trade right now, where would my stop be? Okay, now listen, I put this stop at 234, not because that's where the stop should be. I'm just trying to, I wanted to make the math super simple. Typically, what I would do is I would check out the 15-minute chart, and I would check to see where there's a lot of action. And if it broke down below that price action, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, that's typically how I trade. So in this particular case, let's just say everything got checked. When I look left, there's enough room for it to go. So if I'm going to risk 20 cents, again, this is just fictitious, right? If I'm going to risk 20 cents, I have to have a reasonable expectation looking at the chart that I could make 40 cents, 1 for 2. I'm going to risk 20 cents to make 40. Now, just because there is a reasonable expectation doesn't mean it's going to work, but that is, I won't go into the trade unless I have a reasonable expectation that could work. Now, some of you out there say, well, I don't like that. I like 1 for 3, and that's fine. 20 cents to make 60 cents. That's fine. It's up to you, but for me, it has to be a minimum of a 1 for 2. So let's just say that, I've been able to check all the boxes. The risk reward makes sense. I take the trade. But just because I think a trade's going to work, of course, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. Now, the other thing that happens is that my entry and my stop price basically tells me how many shares I'm going to take. One of the things, the way I trade anyway, is that I risk about the same amount every trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, $500 the next trade, $50 the next trade. In the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of about $100. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, that is going to be then consequently, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dictated between the difference between my entry and my stop. That's why I put my stop here at 234, which 20 cents away, just to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into 500 shares, or 500 shares times 20 cents, I get $100. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 I'm risking, I get 500 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet so that you can input your entry and your stop, and that'll quickly tell you about how many shares you should take if you want to follow this way of trading. Okay, and that's how I trade. Now, the next step is to practice in the simulator until you can make money. Okay, our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version of Trade Ideas, unfortunately, it's not available. To load this window that we call Brokerage Plus, in which you can practice simulation trading, paper trading, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will show up. More than likely, it'll look like this. It'll say not connected. When you click on Sim, depending on the version you are, when you click on Sim, it should turn into the simulator right there. If not, if it says account, just click on it on the account, and then this little simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. So until you can make money in the simulator, please do not trade. When you trade in a simulator, there's absolutely no emotion involved. And what I'm going to talk about right now is the ability to obey your stop can be very, very difficult. Okay. In a simulator, it's not that hard. If I obey my stop, allow myself to be taken out where I put my stop, it's just play money, right? It's not real money. Now, where to put your stop? So again, as I was saying earlier, the way I trade is that I like to take a look at a 15-minute chart and check to see what I think is an area where I think there's probably could be a lot of price support, that if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. If I were starting out though, I would maybe put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason being is that, there's no guesswork there. The low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's just known. There's no guesswork. Whereas, trying to size up where support is on a chart, it's a bit of an art, perhaps. So using the low of the previous 5-minute candle or maybe even the previous 15-minute candle, that's a defined number. So let's say you've done all that, you've been practicing in the simulator, you've made some money, and now you're ready to start trading. Now, as I said before, in a simulator, pretty easy to obey your stop. It's just paper money. So, oh, well, I got stopped out. Sometimes, though, it's really hard to obey your stop when you start trading. You get into a trade and, all of a sudden it stops working. It starts moving down to your stop price. Now, one of the reasons I take a trade is not news, but let's say this, it's sort of what I call a bonus. So you get into a trade and it's also got news and the room is talking about it. Everybody's excited about it. And you can't believe it's not working. So instead of obeying your stop, you start second guessing and say, you know what, it's going to come back. So don't obey it this time. And now that $100 loss, manageable loss, turns into $200, $300, $400, $500. And then you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Okay. You've been in the room long enough. You know what the next thing I'm going to say. Almost as worse as not obeying your stop, being down $400 or $500, and then all of a sudden it does turn around, and now you're up $300, $400, and you're so happy you did not obey your stop. And of course that can happen. Okay, but in my opinion, I wish somebody had been hammering the important. I didn't even know what a stop was, to be honest, when I first started trading. Never really considered it. I just figured that everything's going to work. So not obeying your stop, in my opinion, can really destroy your account. You can always come back into the trade later. In the old days, trading commissions are so big, that, to try to get in and out of a trade was really tough because you could be spending $500 just doing that. But, commissions are either free or they're so cheap that is not an excuse for not wanting to get out of a trade. And you know what? You get into a trade and maybe you were just a little bit early. Maybe the market turned on you or something. There's a lot of reasons why a trade doesn't work at the time when you get into it. But maybe it comes back to that initial level and maybe you try it again. Okay, so cannot emphasize enough, practice in the simulator before you commit money to the market. Now, the next question, a lot of people say, well, how long is that going to take? Impossible to know. Everybody's different, but it could be months before you actually commit money to the market. Nobody wants to hear that, though. Look at AI, guys. Look at AI. I mentioned this one as oops, where's my chart? Just give me a moment here. I might have accidentally got rid of my chart. Yeah, I guess the answer is yes. Just give me a moment. Is there a way to put the time on the chart? No. Where it closes? No. I mean, the reason I know, of course, is that I'm just looking at my clock, or actually I look at Interactive Brokers. So for instance, you hear me say, well, this 15-minute candle's got a minute and a half to close. That's because, I'm looking at the timer in Interactive Brokers, and it's telling me now, a minute and 15 seconds for this 15-minute candle to close. But there's no way on our charts to do that. No. Now, there's something going on here. That max P&L should be changed. Changing it right now. So what I'm going to do is get rid of that. I'm going to load it again. I don't know why that happens, but it does. Because this is another way you can gauge, there's one thing to take a trade, but when are you going to get out? When are you going to maybe take some profit? Okay, so that's why I like to have this, the today P&L and L and the max P&L up and running. The reason why is because what this tells me, the max P&L tells me that what with the 500 shares, still in all 500 shares, what was the maximum I could have made? Okay, and it's telling me at 30, no big deal, $32. So in other words, had I, wow, look at this now, 267. I should be in this trade, never mind in this simulator. Okay, now it's got to play a little catch up here. Okay, because what it's saying, what it should be saying is that 500 times the entry 254, 267 minus 254 times 500. So, I mean, so I had to play a little bit of catch up. Okay. Now there's the ABR. I'm not sure I want to take the trade, but there's the ABR. Now, the other thing I like is this distance from the exit price, because what this tells me, if I get out of this trade right now, okay, and how to get out of a trade is just highlight it. Say I had a bunch of trades here in the simulator. I would just highlight what I want to get out and just flatten it. Okay. Or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. And then what'll happen is that distance from the exit price, let me just do it. I'm going to flatten my position. Okay. Now the distance from the exit price is going to tell me, okay, where you got out, where is it now? Okay. And so right now it's telling me this is 5 cents above where I got out. Now, what you don't want to see, of course, is, now it's $1 above where I got out. You would say to yourself, man, I obviously exited too early. On the other hand, you'd love to see a big negative number, because that will tell you that wherever you got out, it's way below. And you could say, okay, I guess I got out I got out at a good price. Now, the other thing you don't want to see is this, let's just pretend that that max P&L was say $500, and that you've allowed it to get down to 65, obviously not managing the trade very well. Okay. So a lot of ways, to take a look at this, and that's why I would have the today P&L, the max P&L, and the distance from the exit price as columns. And if you don't have those columns, it's just a matter of, you right click columns and you can add them. We have too many columns. So this time and again, we have way too many options. Okay, but you can just find them. And meanwhile, Finger is going crazy. Now, the other thing you can do, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. You can practice swing trading using this Brokerage Plus window. Okay, so if I don't get out, well, I got out of it, but if I kept this, it would become a swing trade for as long as I want. Okay, so I have some, Andy was saying if they're trying to create something for fibs, I have something better than the alerts. Okay, so You think, tell them to send to info at trade hyphen, or you can use the support at trade-ideas.com or info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. And say you're interested in, the fibs. Actually, you might want to say attention, Andy. If you can, if you're still in the room one, okay, just say attention, Andy, refibs. Okay. Because Andy is just answering me now. Okay. So I've just told Andy that you'll, to perhaps anticipate something from you. Okay. Look at AI, guys. Look at AI getting right into the VWAP 39.44, taking the VWAP out now, guys. Now, will it continue or will this? I mean, this is an area, okay? I mean, it's I call it the VWAP area. So I mean, you don't have to be so literal that it takes out the VWAP, but that is the 39.44 is the VWAP. That's kind of the area. As Real used to say, the 200-day moving average, it's the area of the 200-day. This is for me, this is the area of the VWAP. Okay, Trevor. Well, so far so good. I mean, it poked a little bit above the VWAP area, 1246, but it's still kind of hanging around that VWAP area. I mean, I've talked about that. So, obviously be aware of that VWAP area. I'm talking to Trevor in our YouTube room who took Mara at 1220. Mitch Short. Let's take a look at Mitch MTCH. I know it's match, but why would you be looking to short this? Let me take a look. 4096 is the VWAP. So it's above the VWAP. It had a little pop here. Um, the 200-day moving average is far enough away, 43. I mean, you're just looking to short the pop for whatever reason. All right. Beyond Meat getting some love. Okay. Yeah, it's getting some love. You're absolutely right. Why? Who knows? Cell-based meat is approved in the United States for the first time. Cell-based. Yeah, it just I'm sure, 100 years from now, this will be common, but cultivated meat is typically grown in steel tanks. Yikes. All right. Yeah. So you're right, to William. Quick to note that the products are meat, not substitutes like Beyond Meat. Well, okay. Yeah, you would think that this is not good for Beyond Meat. Hmm. So look at AI, guys. Look what it did at the VWAP. AI, look what it did at the VWAP. 39.44, and I mean, it just got stuck right there. Now, will it challenge it again? If it challenges it again and pops through, that could get it going. Okay, guys, time is it now? Almost 2:30. Look at the market, guys. I mean, remember at the beginning, the market was selling off, 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 off. So the Dow has now gone mildly positive. SPY is, basically flat. NAS has come back also. No stopping this market. Hey, Trevor, I'm just, I'm watching that Mara for you, and you can see what it's doing right at the VWAP. I mean, I hope it pops, really up for you, but it looks like the VWAP is trying to hold it for a while anyway. And that's the Mara. Kind of like what happened to AI. Last day of the week. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. Okay. Okay. I'll let you go. All right. The LFMD, that's the level that I thought could stall it, 420. And that so far, that's where it's stalled. Okay. Just looking left, that's where it's stalled for the LFMD. Alrighty. To get through that in my head, your ex stepchild. Okay. I think I understand. All right, guys. 2:31 now. Okay. So take a look at some of the things from the how's OLB? Terrible. Okay. Ah, this was shortable for me too. Shoot. LFMD was shortable for me. Should have been paying way more attention right at that 420 level. This got all the way down from 420 down to 396, which great percentage move. Okay, guys, AI challenging the VWAP again. Okay, so we had that first challenge of the VWAP. Just give me one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes or so. Okay, I'll be right back though after about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. So again, keep an eye on this AI, guys. I mean, if AI takes out that 3944 with any volume, this could get it rolling again. Ooh, look at this one, guys. Look at ACRS. ACRS. This is just showing up on the option play. Why is this interesting? Well, look left on that weekly chart. The next high is 1293. So that's $2 away. Probably if I backed out the daily, it'll be about the same. Yes, this has got some room. Obviously, got hit hard that week or day, but it is trying to come back. This is ACRS. Now, the 200-day is 12.99, so that's far enough away. This has got some room. ACRS just showing up on the option scanner, and it's still there. 1280. Sorry, 1089. I'd probably like to see it break 11. Hmm. I just wish this ACRS was not that close to that whole number. This is so nice looking though with that void. This is shortable for me, excuse me, for me. Lots of shorts available, 1.2 million at Interactive Brokers. Boy, that was a good short. I wonder if William, you got this one, LFMD. I mean, this was just a great short. I mean, it's amazing how that stalled almost to the penny at the high of 420. And now it's getting through the VWAP, or it's at the VWAP, 384. Okay, guys, here's another one right at the VWAP, trying to get through it. This was one of the high flyers in the pre-market, ASTS. It is trying to come back a bit here. 724 got to in the pre-market. It is now through the VWAP 642, the VWAP area, but it's pretty extended through that VWAP area. This one is shortable for me, so let's see if this VWAP rejects it. And that's the ASTS. And that's a big drop. I mean, this got up to what was the high there? 723, and it got all the way back down to 597. Had some news. This was the news about it. Gains on space-based 4G capability for smartphones. Not a low float, 65 million in the float. Ooh. Is UCAR on the move? Yeah, you're right. UCAR is on the move here, guys. Somebody in our YouTube room mentioning this one. UCAR on the move, big on the move. High of the day was 9 something, 921. Could be one of these late day breaks. Again, with that float, 7 million in the float and 34 million have traded, so it's almost traded the float 5 times. So this was the news, sort of pre-market. Yeah, I guess a couple of pieces of news regarding the EV industry or sector in China, extending the tax credits to 2025. And this is, I guess, the $72 billion tax break total. And that's what happened with so LI and XPEV and NIO just actually went quite a bit higher this morning. Well, guys, the VWAP appears to be holding AI down. It doesn't look like it wants to pop through it. You can see there's not a lot of action in the momentum up scan right now. I mean, before this 227, which is 20 minutes ago, and then this one, sorry, the finger at 247, there wasn't anything new. And 1 o'clock was the last one. And then before that, 1044. These are stocks that are meeting all these requirements that are making new highs of the day. And there was a big gap between 1044 and 1, and then 1 and 227. That's why I was saying things are pretty slow. Okay, another one being rejected at the VWAP, guys. ASTS being rejected right around that VWAP area. 642 underneath it now. And that's the ASTS. Seeing a lot of rejections at the VWAP right now. Trevor, I know you're watching the VWAP. Your Mara. I don't know what you want to do with it now, but it's getting close to where you bought it. So I mean, an idea. I mean, just an idea. You want to start playing these VWAP breaks. So if you took this short right now in ASTS, you could take the short and then put about a 6 cent, 6 or 7 cent stop on it and see if it works. There's the VWAP. If it gets back up to the VWAP or breaks a little bit above it, you get out of the trade. You can practice. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's take sell. I'm going to do 500 shares. Just want to show you what I'm talking about. So you sell it, then, all right. Then we can put our stop right at the VWAP, a little bit above it, say 636. There it is. Okay. Now I know I didn't share size. I just wanted to show you what I'm talking about, how you could perhaps do something like that. I want to test to see how things work around the VWAP. Okay, guys. Now it is 2:53. Typically, what I do right now is put myself on mute, and I'm still here. If you have any questions, I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay. Okay. And before I do this, though, just one last look at my. Well, first of all, you do want to take on a subscription right now to get a 25% discount. Okay, so there is the direct link that you can click on. Okay, the test drive June 25% off promo. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so it has 9 days, 12 hours, 4 minutes, 2 seconds left. Okay, basically the end of the month. So you got 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, and you can also do that from my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you should see. Nope. Okay, let's just click on the link. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. So there again, there's a promo you can use if you go to my homepage. And the reason to go to my homepage, of course, is that there's the getting started. You take out a subscription, do this. You must do this getting started. Okay, runs through your download and install, your first startup and login, goes over introduction, out of here, introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows. Okay. You'll also have access to this Trading 101, which is a course that Michael Noss put on. If you're new to trading, I think it's a great course for you. I do a daily stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And the big education section is here, and my scans. So you want my scans? Here they are. You hear me talk about some of the scans that you can't see. And if you're wondering, well, why do I hide them? Not that I'm not doing it on purpose, but we can't overload the window that I'm sharing with, all sorts of different scans, especially for people that are a little bit new. It's too overwhelming. So that's why I have these other scans on my other monitors. Of course, I use them, but here they all are. So, a couple things. If you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you do use that, either that link, the link for the promo that I put in, or go to my homepage and take the subscription out there. Also, if you save my homepage, then you have access to my scans and the education section anytime you want. Okay, guys, and a good time to ask questions. I'll put myself on mute now, but again, I'll hop right back on the mic if there is a question. We're not in the AI, guys. The AI has come back now. The AI has come back to the VWAP. Okay, the AI has come back to the VWAP. Here it is, 39.43. So it has come back. If this pops through, this could get it running. But look at it. I mean, it's just kind of toying with it. Go back on mute. Line says Microsoft, Accenture and Microsoft. I'm not saying Google. Oh, there it is also. So a lot of companies and Microsoft and Google. Here we go. Microsoft and Google. Guys, look at the ASTS. Practice it. Just practice something like that. I'm not saying they're all going to work, but just practice it. I shamelessly will say, yes, I do get credit. That's why I'm asking that if you do decide to take out a subscription, you can use that link, the direct link, or go to my homepage and get it there. Yes, I do get a little piece of the action. Man, guys, I missed this one. UCAR. I mean, I kind of lost sight of it after it pulled up to that 70 level or 870 level, pulled all the way back down to 825, bursting, trying to burst through this 9 level now. You're going to take this one. Don't take too many shares because, I mean, it's very whippy. But let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it keep going to? Next high is 978. 978. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Just for you, goods. Goods. Okay, guys, you're looking for a late trade. This AI looks interesting now. 39.43 is the VWAP. So 39.69 right now. So again, you can try it. Just take the trade in the simulator, put your stop just underneath the VWAP and see what happens. Just try it. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up now. Don't see any other questions. So I'm going to wrap this up now. Get my script in here. Keep an eye on the AI going into the close, guys. AI broke through the VWAP. Hey, everybody, I'll open the room tomorrow. I'll be on the mic. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Now, YouTubers, I'll exit you guys now too.